Microphone. Microphone. Is that good or higher? Put it closer. I don't know. Microphone. Microphone. Hello? I don't know. How does it sound? Too far from the mic? I don't know if. How's that? How's that, Abby? Could be louder. Yeah. I just. Louder. Hello, hello, hello. Row, row, row your boat gently down the stream. Hello, hello. Anybody out there? Can you hear me? Hello, am I showing up? Are you getting audio? Hello, hello, hello. Hello, 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 hello. Microphone, microphone. Are you getting? Hello, microphone. This one sounds pretty good, even from where I am. How's it sound, Racy? So still a little low? I'm trying to I'm trying to talk like somebody might talk if they were sitting here having a conversation. Yeah. But they probably won't be singing row, row, row your boat. Hello, hello. Microphone check. 1, 2, what is this? A 5-foot assassin with a roughneck business. Yes. Into it, but I don't know if people will be talking like this. Yeah. Hello, hello. Okay. He said yes. 1 dot. The same mic? Okay, hello, hello, microphone, microphone. Can you hear me, Abby? Yes? Did you? Hello, 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 hello. Hello, hello, microphone.
I'm sorry, I don't want what? Oh, no, I can use that, it's fine. But then I'll come back
Hello,
here.
microphone,
Okay.
microphone check, microphone. Can you hear me? Hello, 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 audio. Hello, audio. Are you there? Am I? I'm a good sound check. 1, 2, 3, 4. A, B, C, D. Hello, hello. How are you doing? Howard, can you see me? Am I registering? I'm not. Hello? Racy, can you listen? How does it sound? Good? Good. Hello, hello. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. 1, 2. 1, 2. Hello, hello. Do you want me to move on? Is, hello? Is there a reason why there's no stand for this? Is there a stand for this, or is it? Okay. There is not.
Yes. Yes. Oh, I already thought I had. Yeah. Okay. Is that better? Can you hear me now? If I talk a little too close, maybe. If I talk like this, will this convey? Yeah. It's all right now. Okay. Thank.
Hello? Oh. Yeah? Ask a question. What what is the meaning of all of this? Hello? Yep. Oh. Do you have me on here? This is the question micro. Yes.
Yeah, laid back. So,
We have a tight time with all of these
yeah,
issues, but that also keeps us focused.
of course. I want to be too relaxed.
We want to be too relaxed.
Then it gets flabby.
For relaxation.
Wow.
That's more relaxed.
Sort of like relax the pressure.
See, that's my life. Graceful, slow,
Yeah.
under pressure. So you came last night?
Yes. Yeah. And
you've seen Joe.
I haven't, and I really regret it. But I had other things I had to do in Philly on the weekend, so I couldn't make it into New York. Normally it would be easy, but no. Oh, great. Ooh. Yeah, I think I read that. Yeah, I would have loved to have seen that.
Well, she's going to continue.
Yeah, right.
Dance for you.
Yeah, it's very. I mean, it's a lot to discuss. Uh, yeah, it's very complex thing. I had seen a rehearsal, and actually, to tell you the truth, I would have preferred if they had not had those masks on, because when I saw it in rehearsal, of course they didn't, although they showed the mask. But I thought watching their faces was extremely interesting and type of concentration in terms of that movement that they were doing. And something more like what you got in the third section, but I thought that would have created. You don't really get to know the dancers until the very end, and it would be interesting if they just be themselves at the beginning. But anyway, that was just. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, I think it's a group.
Yeah. Right. Exactly. Yeah. No. Exactly. There's. It's so complex that you really do need to focus on it and not just touch on it, because there's so much to it. And,
It did well nursed her period and for plants, at least you know, okay, now I need to go.
yeah. No. No. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. Sure. Sure. Yeah. Yeah. I had done a piece a while back, which was a little bit similar to this, because it was quite different, really, but still similar in the sense that it was the reconstruction. Well, it wasn't a reconstruction, but it was a takeoff on geometrical dancing of that period, which was seen from in a space like this, exactly that long corridor, with from above. Like ideally, the audience would be up there. And of course, I couldn't put the audience up there. I did originally at Washington Square Methodist, but which had the same, but of course they wouldn't let us go up there. But that idea of a sort of long hall, which is exactly the kind of thing they used in the late 16th century, was really right for the idea of those patterns. And so I had done something on that. It was quite different from this, but then in the next part, she jumps to something which is aesthetically much more related to the late 17th century. So that's a big gap. So that was sort of in line with what I was sort of saying the rehearsal. Two very different models here. They both exist. Yeah, it's a huge leap. And how do you get out of what you want to think about here unless you stay? You know, these are almost Well, it depends on how much time limitations are. Oh, really? Oh, well, I think you better wait a little bit.
Then again,
It's a rainy day.
it's a rainy day.
Oh, yeah.
So
That's true.
nobody said, oh, I'll
That's
just
true.
wait.
It's true. That's the problem with live streaming. Nobody has to come. I realize that.
I know, I'm struggling with this.
Yeah, it's like it's great for people very far away, but is it good for your local public? Yeah. Yes. Yes. Yeah.
Okay. Is this on? Are we ready, Howard? Live stream is like television. It's not easy. It sounds easy. It's not easy. Yes. Yeah. Might as well answer you. Why are we here? Because we are invested in the live moment. Okay. Are we on, Howard? Can I go? So welcome to Dense Space Project and the conversation without walls on this rainy day. We were holding live streaming and had some, like 40 reservations. So we imagine people will be coming and going throughout the day. We do ask that you might want to avoid crossing in front of the camera, which is streaming right now. I'm Judy Hussie-Taylor. I'm the director of Dance Space Project, and we started the Conversations Without Walls a couple of years ago, co-organized by writer Jen Joy and myself as a way to create conversations between artists, choreographers, writers, and scholars across genres and disciplines. So today we have a bit of a new format, a very rich day ahead of us. We're going to begin with a presentation by Dr. Mark Franco, who's here from Philadelphia and who's at Temple University. I will introduce him in a moment. That will be immediately followed by a conversation between Mark and two choreographers, Yanira Castro and Jillian Pena, and visual artist Suzanne Bocanegra, all of whom have performed their work at Dance Space over the last 3 weekends. We'll be talking about what Mark is proposing in relationship to their work. And then after that, we will have a microphone set up to take questions um, and then we will break. After the break, we will see Melissa Toogood perform a work choreographed by Pam Tanowitz, which is very exciting and absolutely the best thing to do on a rainy Saturday afternoon. And then we will take another short break, and the last panel of the day will be led by writer Claudia Larocco, who is curating our upcoming platform 2015, Dancers, Buildings, and People in the Streets in February, March of 2015. She has paired ballet artists with modern and postmodern dance artists, and she will have two of them live, Will Rawls and Reed Barthelme, and also a message from Caitlin Gilliland, who's also participating and talking about some of the ideas and concepts driving that platform. Just want to say briefly that the first 3 productions of our fall season here at Dance Space by Castro, Pena, and Bocanegra have all drawn from the ballet vocabulary in works that are not ballets. Each of the artists who are on our panel have displaced ballet. And I sort of just have these questions when I think about that. You know, what happens when an artist takes a form away from its familiar context and places it in a context that makes the familiar strange? Is this kind of displacement an aesthetic act or a political act, or is there any difference between those two things? Before I introduce Mark, some housekeeping. The exits clearly where you came in from 10th Street, where you entered the building, and also behind me is an exit that leads to 11th Street. The restrooms for today will be in the priest room, and yes, feel free to get out at any time to have refreshments throughout the day. So it's very wonderful to have Mark Franco here at Dance Space Project. He is the professor of dance, coordinator of graduate programs at Temple University, Philadelphia, professor of visual and performance studies at Middlesex University, London. His publications, to name a few: Martha Graham, In Love and War, The Life and Work, Dance as Text, Ideologies of the Baroque Body, Dancing Modernism, Performing Politics, The Work of Dance, Labor, Movement, and Identity in the 1930s, recipient of the 2011 Outstanding Scholarly Research in Dance from the Congress on Research in Dance. Franco's research has been supported by the National Endowment for the Humanities, the Getty Center for Research in the Arts and Humanities, the American Council of Learned Societies, and the American Philosophical Society, and the National Endowment for the Arts. His full bio is in the program, and I just want to welcome Dr. Mark Franco to Dance Space Project today. Thank you.
you, Yanira, for it's really the reason I'm here because in the work she's doing, she told me that she was connecting certain ideas in an essay of mine called Dance and the Political. So in the time I just create a little background for just talk a little bit about that essay, maybe read a little bit from it. It's dense, so it certainly bears more articulation. Every time I reread it, and in fact, I taught it recently in the seminar. One of my students is here at Temple, and it's almost dismaying because it's a very strong topic, dance and the political, and this was an attempt to somehow map a field out, and I'm still thinking a lot about this. In fact, I have another essay I'm working on that I may read to you a little bit from to sort of clarify where this might go, and I'm still struggling with the terms in that essay as well. So it's certainly something we can discuss. So I'll try to just, again, I was asked to write this piece for a conference. It was one of those conferences of the Centre National de la Danse a few years ago when they were doing so many dance studies conferences, when Claire Rousier was the head of the Centre National in Paris. And this was a conference organized by Susanna Franco and Marina Nordera in Nice. And they became a book, Discourses of Dance, I believe it's called Keywords in Dance Methodology, something like that. And they divided it up into the three main areas of the conference: the political, the gender, and then identity. This is the way they divided up the talks, and there was a keynote for each talk, and I was supposed to do a keynote on the political, and I thought, oh my God, how do I do this? So it's an attempt to look at all the ways that we could possibly consider dance in relationship to politics. So that's, and you may have read it, I think it's online actually, which is on your site, so possibly some people have read it. Anyway, so as, I just want to read first of all the question. I had such trouble writing it that I decided I'd better just ask myself. Actually, I wrote an abstract. That's more accurate. I wrote an abstract after which I could not write the paper. So then I decided that I would just try to answer the questions in my abstract one by one. So let me just read you, if I may, that abstract and then make a few points about the article. These are the questions. In what historical and aesthetic circumstances does it become justifiable and necessary to speak of dance as political? Of what kinds of politics are we speaking of in such cases? What kind of power? Above all, what sort of relationship can be established between dance and the political, such that politically alert methodologies can reveal more about dance than dance itself is perhaps willing to reveal, willing in scare quotes. Is the politics of dance necessarily mute? That is to say, is it only there in as much as we can interpret it? Or is it possible for any politics to control dance, to manipulate its meaning? Does dance have a political unconscious? So a lot of different questions. One thing I think that's immediately clear is that there is a kind of resistance to thinking of dance in the terms of the political, of course, generally speaking, in our culture, in the Euro-American culture. And what I found helpful was, I find that when I say political, people immediately misunderstand what I think I mean by that. They think that I mean that dancers should be dancing in the Senate or something like that's what Alexandra Kolb said that in her book, the introduction, Took Me On. And she said, does he mean that dancers should be dancing with Congress people? So I'm trying to make a distinction between the political as statecraft or as the operations of organizing society and legislating society on the one hand, and the fact of conflict on the other, or antagonism on the other. And there, the theorist Chantal Mouffe is very useful because she does make a distinction, writing in French, but in French there's two words because they have a different right? La politique and le politique. So la politique would be the first meaning of a general organization of society, but le politique would be the relationship, power relationships people must negotiate in order to arrive at that. So I found that was useful. Um, at the same time, every time you think about this, it's again a sprawling topic because there's the personal, the artistic, and the institutional all seem intertwined. So I also had recourse to the notion of the conjunctural. That is to say that there are times when dance seems central to culture, in which it takes on a certain political force, and there are times when it seems marginal to culture and seems therefore excluded from any political discourse. And one example of its centrality, or several examples of its centrality that come to mind historically, and I felt it was immediately important to think through this historically, not just in terms of the present moment, but that historical thinking through would have applicability to the present moment. So that points, I'm sorry, I'm opening a little parenthesis here, but that points to where this second piece is going, which has to do with what I call articulation. Well, not only what I call, but what political theorists call articulation. That I'm not talking about dance taking on an overtly political point of view, but I'm talking about how dance articulates with a certain politics. And that is very contingent and very based on a momentary conjuncture of things that don't seem to be going at all in the same direction. This might have something to do with what Judy's referring to as displacement, that a displacement might also be an articulation. That something is displaced, something else gets articulated. Well, I'll try to explain a little bit what might be useful in this term of articulation as well. Sorry, but I had interrupted myself there. Yeah, so the notion of the conjuncture I thought was interesting. Okay. Articulation. So just quoting from my own text here on page 5, I believe that politics is as closely and substantially connected to dance in the real world as dance itself is connected to ritual in anthropology. Dance, however, does not operate directly in the political sphere. And thus dance is not, strictly speaking, political. It sounds like a contradiction, right? And there I had referred in the article to Mark Morris, who I heard at a talk saying that there was only one worthwhile political dance in history, and that was Martha Graham's Deep Song. And it said fundamentally, also telling students at this Barnard colloquium uh, to reread Arlene Croce's article on Bill T. Jones because Arlene Croce was right. So I was a little bit shocked at that. So as against Morris, I say, so I take him on, he says dance is not political. I would say there actually is no is in this presumed equation. There is no is between dance and the political. To say that dance is not political, therefore, is not to say very much. Inadequate dance studies should therefore constantly return to the to the complex interactions between dance and the political, designated as political in a variety of ways. Okay, so getting back to this issue of cultural centrality, one historical example, that's where I interrupted myself, I apologize. One obvious historical example is the 17th century, which Yanira is referring to in her work. Right, so dance is central to the political culture of monarchy in the 17th century, and by extension happens to also be a kind of founding moment of Western theatrical dance. So that's curious, right? That's interesting. What do we make of that, right? That's one point. I'm sure we can come back to that. Another politically central moment of dance in a cultural sense would be the 1930s in the US, in the radical political moment of the 1930s, when dance was very central to thinking through a certain corporeal and emotional politics. So I think within left-wing politics at that time, I would say dance was culturally central. Perhaps a moment when dance was culturally marginal is probably most of the time, perhaps, or certainly not central. One might say, one might point to the culture wars of the early 1990s and say that that was definitely an attempt to marginalize dance, but that we could also say that the responses to it, and I'm thinking particularly of Still Here, of Bill T. Jones, might have been a way to force the issue and have dance re-enter the public sphere through the kind of debate that emerged. I mean, that's just a general example. But so so that's one type of historical scanning, right? You could say, oh, well, there are these moments when it's central and there's moments when it's peripheral, and what is the difference between the way dance is able to intervene in the social, what is the difference across those moments historically? And then there's another historical way of looking at this, which I'm sort of struggling with, which I put in one way in this article. I would put it now another way. And it is to say there are certain aesthetic, I don't want to call them formulae, but there are certain aesthetic predominant ways of viewing the body within culture that relate deeply to dance. And let's just take the 17th century. One could call the ruling trope there sovereignty, the idea that there is one power, that power subjugates everyone else, and that the sovereign as dancer becomes that figure who is contains this kind of absolute self-identical presence to themselves, and that is what Habermas called representative publicness. Everything in the public gets defined in relationship to that, and that obviously would dovetail with the idea that dance is culturally, politically central in the 17th century. So you could take that notion of sovereignty, which is a big, big political question. You know, the return of the 17th century in the 20th century is very related to the notion of sovereignty, right? The interest in the Baroque, starting in the early 20th century in performance and in philosophy and in literature, is very related to that. But that's a very big subject. I'm interested in the theory of sovereignty and how it operates. But then we could say, well, okay, let's look at this a bit chronologically, but not in order to say, you know, this happens at this period of time and that, but rather to pull these tropes and then say they can all get reactivated, right? They can all get reactivated in the present. So again, this is very difficult, and I don't know, I'm suggesting that perhaps the next historically important trope, I called it public sphere in this paper. I think that's confusing because it doesn't seem to be an aesthetic term, and I'm basing these things in aesthetics. So perhaps it's affect, right? Just going very quickly, the reform in ballet, and here we're still in ballet. These are the examples I'm pulling from. The reform of what they called action ballet. You think of Nover and Angiolini. You think of experimentation with emotion and the rejection of an earlier vocabulary, which is codified, the rejection of notation. So a kind of a bourgeois moment in which the person emerges as a private person who has a subjective experience that can get put on stage, and that movement is related to an ability to convey emotion without any kind of codified steps. So we don't really know too well what they did. And then the third moment, just to go quickly, I had called it trauma because I was thinking of early experiences in the 20th century and throughout the 20th century, including 9/11, which could be thought of as events that cannot be assimilated into the body, kind of inability to see the person on stage as it relates to the withdrawal of emotion from the dancing subject. I think of the Rite of Spring. I mean, you can find many different places to find these things. Think of Jacques Riviere's discussion of Nijinsky's Rite of Spring in 1913 as the triumph of expression over emotion, when he says that emotion no longer escapes from the body in Nijinsky's choreography. It is captured within the body. So there's a kind of objectification of meaning in the body. So there's that whole notion of the development of dance toward becoming an autonomous art by virtue of the fact that the body itself becomes expressive, not in an emotional sense, but expressive in the sense that it can objectify certain meanings, and corporeality becomes an end in itself. Corporeality becomes an instrument in a language rather than being just a self-connoting humanity to go along with a certain depiction of subjectivity. So again, this is, I know, a bit theoretical, but what's interesting is you can land it in certain historical moments. We could even say the development of modernism in modern dance is very much related to this notion of expression understood in this particular way. I know expression can mean many other things, and it's such a vast category in dance that it's hard to delimit it. But Jacques Rivière wrote this brilliant essay in which he said expression prevents the escape of emotion. It's interesting. So, I mean, maybe those are the three tropes. I'm not really not sure. But let me just get, because I know my time is short, to this idea of articulation and what this might offer, because then I think we could see how all these different elements might work together. Um, so I'll read to you a little bit from this paper I'm trying to work on called Dance and Articulation. And I use a quote from Claude Lefort from his Democracy and Political Theory at the top, which I think is really an interesting way of looking. He's not talking about dance, but I think it could be transferred to dance. I'll just quote it. It is simply because the very notion of society already contains within it a reference to its political definition that it proves impossible in the eyes of the philosopher to localize the political in society. And in some way, I think it becomes impossible to locate precisely the political within dance because the body is always already in some sense political. And as the French choreographer, um, sorry, I haven't a footnote, I wanted to quote him. um, he said the body is an outrage, an obscenity. I mean, he had very strong terms for the way people receive the body. I'm sorry, I can't find that quote right now. No, okay, it's not terribly important. So let me just read a little bit. Two tendencies in contemporary thought have carved up the terrain of dance and the political in an unsatisfactory way. One position holds that dance and the political need to be kept separate from each other. Without this, dangers would ensue, not only for the integrity of aesthetic experience as such, but for our intellectual grasp of the political, which would run the risk of overgeneralization and meaninglessness. At the opposite extreme is the avant-garde commitment to the blurring of art and reality, such that one can no longer tell them apart. This position, which pursues a dismantling of the aesthetic per se, in favor of a ritualistic or other form of participatory procedure, finds in the convergence of the social and the aesthetic an advance upon the quietism of aesthetic experience. The aim of this article is to rethink the political and the aesthetic together, and thereby to establish an adequate description of how dance evidences political investments, or if you will, becomes political. My claim is that aesthetics and politics conjoin precisely because they are separate, and that they become effectively co-present through a phenomenon we can analyze and understand as articulation. My argument here is that both positions, the ones I referred to, overlook the importance of this notion of articulation for dance theory and the role of the concept of articulation plays in political theory. Interestingly, in Althusser, for example, if you look at his book on capital, the word articulation is used quite a bit, and it's a synonym of conjuncture, the conjuncture that I mentioned earlier, the way two things that are on totally separate tracks suddenly come together. Articulation itself, of course, has a particularly physical meaning. The discussion of articulation by Petra Sabich is most illuminating in this regard. Quote, an articulation entails a double movement which concerns, on the one hand, the connection between heterogeneous parts, a connection which can also be called joining, conjunctive relation, the forearm and the upper arm, for example, or composition, end quote. As Sabich makes clear, danced movement itself is only made possible through the possibility of articulation of connected body parts, a conjunctural participation leading to composition. But at the same time, the very notion of articulation presupposes the loss of the unifying whole. And I quote her again, on the other hand, the articulation differentiates the two heterogeneous parts, right? So they're conjoined in order to work together, but they're also, one notices they're not the same. And thus can be called segmentation, differentiation, partition, and diverging relation, end quote. What this shows us is that we should not place any value on the harmonious qualities of articulation, inasmuch as articulation signifies both coordination and torsion or disarticulation. All these understandings of articulation based in physical movement and the very possibility of choreography become mobilized in the political theory of articulation. Mm. So, if this physical description of articulation pinpoints the validity of aesthetics for describing what happens with the body in dance, a description frequently encountered in dance studies, writing, and less often in performance studies, it is also true that some notion of medium is relatively unavoidable. And here again, if we're going to, even in the wake of specific media, Judy's spoken about displacement, this obviously infers an awareness of medium, which I think is very important. The way, for example, as I was thinking about this, I was in Israel last June and I saw this piece by Ohad Naharin called Decca Dance, in which you have these dancers, by and large, I mean, to just describe it very briefly, it's a mass of dancers on stage, all kind of articulating balletic type vocabulary, but in a very unconventional way, with a lot of angularity, with a lot of rhythmic hiccups in it, and with no connection to each other. So you have to take in the mass, but you have to see also a disarticulation of balletic technique and also a social disarticulation between these different performers. Um, so that became an interesting thing to think about at that moment. Sorry, I just wanted to pick up my text. The way that Naharin makes each articulation at one and the same time a disarticulation, that is to say, a skilled movement of articulation of the body that is at the same time disarticulating itself from the goals of balletic technique and creating the sense of a mass of people or a group that themselves are disarticulated from one another, yet all were operating in the same sphere in the same moment. This transforms every movement into a virtuosic but also disjointed statement on articulation itself, and in this way resonates with an well, here I'm going a little further. It resonates with an anti-nationalist dance discourse in the context of Israeli politics. It seems to me from watching his work that there was a kind of politics in his work, in this particular work, where there were other aspects to it. Interestingly, though, when he takes his work to Europe, it is often shouted down and by the European public who think that his company represents the politics of Israel. So here we see how does a public respond to what they assume to be a politics on the one hand, based on the artist's identity, based on his her national kind of situation on the one hand, and on the other hand, how that's one kind of articulation, right? The public articulates that for the work. On the other hand, how is the choreographer articulating or disarticulating themselves from that politics through an aesthetic procedure, which has certain roots in medium and history? For example, if you don't recognize the role that ballet plays in what he's doing, you can't see at all what's going on. So, I mean, I think this whole way of thinking presupposes the importance of choreography, and I'm talking about medium, choreography itself is not a medium, but the importance of the notion of choreography and the awareness of choreography. Here I would just refer to Susan Foster's thinking on that, specifically Choreographies of Gender, a piece she wrote in Signs, the Journal of Feminist Thought, where I think she very deftly asserts that choreography should supersede the term performance as the term that is operative methodologically. So anyway, I'm sort of, and Jens Gierstoff in his recent book on the body of the people and East German dance very much is within that line also of asserting that choreography itself has political force. But, you know, regardless of, it raises the issue of legibility, right? I mean, legibility implies knowledge of medium, knowledge of history, and also the ability to read where the articulations and disarticulations are. But that is what dance is about. I mean, I think that the dance, I mean, in a place like New York with a long history of spectatorship, I think that can be sort of almost taken for granted. Maybe not everywhere, but I think because dance is traditionally nonverbal, it depends on a reference to its own past. Again, an articulation could also be understood as happening within a dance itself. In other words, that each moment articulates or disarticulates from the preceding moment. That the kind of thinking that one is incited to do when one watches dance is of this nature and not of a verbal nature, but still an analytical nature. So I'm kind of presupposing those things. Okay. The articulatory space between dance and politics would require, therefore, the materialization of its own conditions of production. I think that's key. It's again, so that's why I say it's so, politics is so embedded within dance that it is almost impossible to grasp. It is not there in a literal sense. It is there in a performative sense. It occurs. The conditions of production, the materialization of its own conditions of production, as hinted at in my earlier reference to 17th century court ballet and to the history of ballet aesthetics, are to be found, at least in part, in the past of the art form. And that is the kind of approach I think Yanira was taking in her work. It has been my conviction that dance in modernity, traditionally severed from the spoken word, creates meaning with reference to itself, and hence, and that is to say, with reference to its own past specifically, and hence specifically with reference to its own past, which can be understood as the chronological time or as precisive actions leading up to the present moment of a danced performance. Okay. Am I out of time? I'm aware that I don't have a lot, so I'm used to taking. Oh, okay. Good. Great. I'm rushing. Okay. Okay. I have to choose whether I want to talk more about this article. I don't know if anyone read it, but I certainly would be happy to discuss it at any point today. The problem with this, you can see how sprawling this is, how difficult it is to pin down because there's so many different. Yet I'm driven on because I do feel that there's some area here that can be mapped. So we can certainly come back to the article itself, but maybe I'll just read you a little bit more of these reflections in the time I have left. So another section of this paper I'm struggling with, it's called "The Political is Not Politics." The project to ally dance to political theory may appear to many bizarre. To argue that the politicality of dance appears to assert the consequential nature of an activity, dance, that has long been qualified by its association with the notion of play. The political dance is a phrase American journalists call on regularly to refer to the interactions of politicians that are solely based on transparently political motives. The phrase signals that dance stands in the popular imagination for the most superficial aspect of any endeavor, but also at the same time it references core aspects of political practice itself: visibility, theatricality, and self-interest. It is a negative politicality. There again, by saying it is not, you're saying it is. This is something of a blind spot that begs to be deconstructed. That which appears to be the most superficial can wind up being the most essential. The problem goes beyond the simple misrecognition of a serious activity for play. One way to speak of the seriousness of play is to invoke ritual, as did Victor Turner years ago, and to see dance in the anthropological frame of performance. In Turner's account, ritual comes about as a response to conflict. On the other hand, ritual always resolves conflict for Turner. Where it does not, the return to everyday life marks the end to or the partial breakup of the community. But to make a claim for dance's engagement with the political is to say that dance speaks to, and here I'm quoting Mouffe, a dimension of antagonism that is inherent in human relations. So here we're getting beyond this notion of ritual as solving conflict to the notion of dance as being itself antagonistic, or embodying antagonisms that are being worked out. In other words, antagonism in the contemporary world is not so much a crisis situation as a norm that can be identified as the political rather than as politics. We'll get back to that Mouffe definition, which I'll cite for you now. Politics indicates the ensemble of practices, discourses, and institutions. Right, this is la politique or politics in that professional sense. the ensemble of practices, discourses, and institutions which seek to establish a certain order and organize human coexistence in conditions that are always potentially conflictual, are affected by the dimensions of the political. The political, le politique, right? So that's when I say the political, that's the one I'm pointing to. For Move, the political should be understood as both the founding condition of contemporary politics and what works against social organization, or the fully constitutive social organization. Antagonisms, note Laclos and Mouffe, constitute the limits of society, the latter's impossibility of fully constituting itself, end quote. We live in a society that does not fully constitute itself. That is in a democracy. That would be the hallmark of a democracy, never to fully constitute itself. And that's why Lefort, for example, says that power in a democracy is an empty place. For one reason, because it's never permanently occupied. That place of power is not sovereign. It is never permanently occupied. So that notion, that's a very also dance or choreographic notion, the empty place is the place of power in democratic society. That's something to work with too, I think. Dance practitioners and semiologists have known for some time that dance functions at the limits of its own capacity to generate meaning, and in a sense constitutes those limits anew with each act of dancing. These are indications that dance and the political today share a radical sense of constitutive indeterminacy. So that's in a way where the theory of articulation comes from political theory on the one hand, becomes useful, I think. So. I can also just give you a little more information on articulation from my readings and my attempt to, the more I looked into this, the more I realized everyone's talking about articulation in political theory, from Althusser to Laclos, Mouffe. I thought, oh my God, I've never noticed this word, and suddenly I see it's everywhere. So I'm sort of following up on this. Given the absence of the possibility of a relation of embodiment between dance and power, because power is now in an empty space, presumably, unless we return to fascism, of course. My aim here is not to attempt, but that's why never fully constituting yourself is a good thing, because it creates a gap which avoids a fascist totalization. My aim here is not to attempt to locate the political in dance, but to ask instead, how is dance articulated with the political? And which theoretical notions of articulation can be helpful in designating this political phenomenon that emerges within dance aesthetics and history and practice now. Aesthetics, history, practice now, all three. But what actually do we mean by articulation? According to Laclos and Mouffe, quote, we call articulation any practice establishing a relation among elements such that their identity is modified as a result of the articulatory process. Well, it's fairly abstract, but let me read it again. We will call articulation any practice establishing a relation among elements such that their identity is modified as a result of the articulatory process, end quote. The identity of movement itself is modified according to the reading we do of it, which, political or not, is highly relational. The process of reception is itself an articulatory process, our reception of a dance. By the same token, any political reading of movement is articulatory in that it constitutes an interpretation that, when successful, makes of these relational elements a moment, what Althusser calls a moment, that is, places them in time as experiential and memorable, and that itself contains political weight, I think. The way dance functions in memory is fundamentally also political, because the spectator walks out. I've kind of arrived at this conclusion in other contexts, in other writings, that even if, let's take even in a 17th century setting, in the context of burlesque ballets, there is complete transgression of political power and the structures of political power in the course of the ballet. And as we know, at the end, all of that is resolved and wiped away, nevertheless transgression, and they walk that, and therefore the moment is political. And maybe I'll stop there so that we can move on. The moment is political in that sense. Thanks.
think he's going to. Are these on? Okay, okay, we're going to get another microphone here, and thank you, Mark. Yes, the essay is quite dense. I've read it 3 or 4 times in the last few days, and every sentence is holds many histories, many theories, many ideas, many forms, many people. Um, and so I'm inviting, or we've invited, the 3 artists that I mentioned earlier: Yanira Castro to my left, and to my right, Jillian Pena, and Suzanne Bocanegra, and of course you've just heard from Mark. And as we mentioned earlier, Mark is here because Yanira has made a new work called Court Garden. The last performance is this evening, and she was inspired by Mark's thinking and writing, particularly around Baroque dance, but also this essay that we're talking about. And we should mention the title in case people don't. Do you want to say? Oh.
Yeah, sure. So this is, the essay is called, I'll get the exact title. I never know myself. Dance and the Political States of Exception. It was published in DRJ in 2006. It was also published in the book that came out of that conference I mentioned called Discourses in Dance. That is in English at Routledge, and it was also published in Italian first. Discourses of Dance, Keywords for Research Methodology. So
Okay, I'm sorry. We're going to hand this over to Yanira in a moment, and she has some images to show. And maybe you can get started. I've asked you to begin to let us know how you arrived, first of all, at Baroque dance and how you have engaged with Mark's thinking and writing for this current work. So you can use this.
I'm going to use Judy's mic. Hi, everyone. Thank you all for coming. Thank you, Judy. Thank you, Mark. Well, I am not a trained ballet dancer and actually don't, I think I've seen maybe one ballet my whole life. So live, that's true. I saw Giselle many times when I was a little girl on TV. So I came across Mark Franco's work during my research Louis XIV for this piece that I'm showing right now, Court Garden, here at Dance Space. And I came across his essay, Figural Inversions of Louis XIV's Dancing Bodies. So even though we're talking about this one particular essay by Mark, there's others that I have read that also touched on the work. And I know that Jillian's going to mention another, so I'm really glad about that. In particular, and I actually think all of your essays are really dense, but the focus on the image of the king and the king's dancing body as a sign and as the emblem of power and sovereignty really struck home for me as this sort of idea of an image of emotion sort of being a sign, particularly fourth position, and how standing in fourth position is almost like a symbol of power. And if it's really interesting, if you look at some of Hillary Clinton's paintings, she's standing in fourth position. It's really fascinating. Anyway, so it paralleled my obsession on how power is projected in performance, and performance being a really large word, not just what happens in a place like this, but obviously Hillary Clinton is going to be constantly performing for the next year or so. So what's that about, and how it's also projected in everything from the fashion runway to the music of Kanye West. It's once I started doing this research, it seemed to me that Louis XIV was basically everywhere. So I just wanted to read this one line from that essay that really struck with me, and that is, to be effective, the monarch's performance demands its spectacular setting or constructed place of factually real illusion. Which is, I mean, that's just really a great sentence. I'm just going to say it again. To be effective, the monarch's performance demands its spectacular setting or constructed place of factually real illusion. And the reason I think this sentence in particular really struck me is I am really fascinated by the fact that we come together and what it means to come together and what is, right here in this room, these chairs and how they're positioned and how we're sitting in a circle as opposed to a rectangle and how you're facing me and I have to turn all the way over here to see Iran. And so I feel like I'm giving you my back, but, all of these things are immediately creating lines of power, but really the focus right now is Suzanne because she's right, she's at the apex. Anyway, so these things, and then why are you here, and why are we here, and why are we having this conversation? These are really, for me, really important questions. So I've long been interested in this question of agency, of the decision to be present. And particularly, obviously, in the performative environment for myself. So for me, it's a question both not just for the audience who bought the ticket, but also for the performer that's in the work. How are they present? Why are they here? How are they projecting, and why? So these are has brought me to ask questions by creating scenarios in which power is wittingly or unwittingly yielded by both performer and audience member. So the first, oh, it's already up, sorry. The first image is, this is a piece we did at the Invisible Dog. It's called Wilderness. And in the performance, this was a dress rehearsal and a dress rehearsal audience. In order for the piece to continue, in order for the performers to move on to the task that they had to do, they had to engage the audience in having to do a certain number of things. And until all those things were achieved, the performance couldn't really continue. So how that operated each night was completely and totally different. So that what was interesting to me was how the experience not only was different every night, but the tone of the piece, because of how the audience related to it, was completely different from evenings that were really still and nobody wanted to move and it was really just like just awfully scary, to almost bacchanal. And really it was the audience that created that in relationship to how they engaged with the performers who had the same tasks every night. So audiences forming their own choices about how to navigate a performance environment or how to engage when brought into a scenario. These relationships and theatrical moments are real in the moment of choice and of circumstance. So I will shift to the next image if I can. Sorry, technical difficulties. Okay, well, I'm not gonna spend too much time on it, but for some reason it's not.
Go to full screen under view
Yeah, let's try that.
or slideshow.
Or maybe slideshow, yeah. Here we go. Voila. Thank you, Mark.
You know something technical?
So in the last piece I did, The People to Come, with my collaborators, I was engaged with this idea that everything happened in the moment in front of the audience. And so therefore, I had very little control in the image that was being shaped in many ways. So in this image, Darren Wright is taking a piece of inspiration that was given to him by an audience member, and he's reading it. And from that inspiration, he then had 19 minutes to construct the dance. And he constructed it in front of the audience. And then directly after that, had to then go perform it. So again, in this sense, what I was asking, or the question that was pertinent to me, was how to not only just give agency, but also to in some way think about how you could create some kind of equal footing where this question of what's being revealed in a performance is being revealed to everyone simultaneously. In other words, the performers don't know what's going to be revealed any more than the audience themselves may know. Okay, so coming back to the article from today, I came across it sort of halfway into the making of Court Garden and came across this statement, which is, the dancing body has rhetorical, persuasive, and deconstructive force in the social field of the audience, which is a variant of the public sphere. The way in which dance alters public space by occupying it is full of political innuendos, as is any unprecedented use of public space for the circulation of bodies. At that time, I was realizing that Court Garden was a 3-act structure, and its very consideration of how the audience was placed was announcing political structures. So this is a drawing of a performance in Versailles. And if you just look at the audience seating, you see the king obviously in the center, probably the queen to his left, I believe. And I don't know who would have been to the right, maybe the Dauphin. And then, you know, the other thing that really fascinated me is that the king decided who was going to sit where at every performance. That this was a thing that would occur. And so arrayed all around him and behind him, as you know, the closer you were to him, obviously the closer you were to the nexus of power. It was not just a performance, but for socially, for everyone that was present, how you were seated was a clear demarcation of your role in society. And that was, you know, just really fascinating to me. So the first act of Court Garden mimics the seating structure of that Versailles picture with the king and queen in the center, no Dauphin, unfortunately, and the immediate sort of cohorts around those two figures. And then Act 2 has this seating, which for me was a democratic structure. The audience is not, I should say that in this environment, the audience is given a seat. So you don't get to choose your seat when you come in, it's given to you. And in this scenario, everyone is just asked to take a seat and no one is seated. There is, it's a binary structure. You're looking at one another, you're facing each other. There is no necessarily preferential seating. And then the last act, you're asked to stand not in a circle, but the event kind of happens in a circle. And it's a self-governing, choice structure where you are free to move, you're free to sit, you're free to stand, you're free to meander around. There's no clues or structures around, there's no chairs, there's nothing to tell you where to be and nothing to tell you what to watch or what your relationship should be to that thing that's happening. And what is the thing that's happening is also a really large question. It's you know, it's just as fascinating to watch the choreography of what the audience does to engage with what they think might be happening as the thing that we think is happening. So that's something that's really interesting to me is in that particular section is like, what do we think is happening? In Act 1, it's very clear what we're supposed to think it's happening. And then in Act 3, it becomes really quite a question. So that's how I've related in some ways to Mark's work. There's other things as well, but yeah, thank you.
Thank you. There's so much in there. Hopefully we can get to some questions about that later, but I'm going to turn now to Suzanne, and I'm going to ask you to switch places so that you're at the apex now. I'm now moving you. I'm now in control of the situation in the circle. And Suzanne's a visual artist, and honestly, I'm going to say that we haven't really talked about this in detail. I'll take that. And then you can plug your flash drive. And so I'm very curious, what your thoughts are about politics, dance, and the way you're using ballet. I do know that the work is personal in a certain way, and so in that sense, I see the work personal is political in a certain way, but I actually don't know what you think about that. I also see the work as, in a way, trespassing across disciplines, which has its own kind of politics, calling a work, an installation, incorporating ballet and sound, a sculpture, and what that proposes to you, and how that's read or received or articulated by a dance-going public, how they receive that. I don't know the answers to these questions, but I wonder about those. So
I don't know if I know the answers to all those things either. And I have a little bit of a disclaimer before I go any further. And that is, as soon as I finished this piece, which was September 26th, I think, or 27th, I started working on producing this Beckett play that we just performed last night, called That Time. And last week I got Mark Franco's essay, which was amazing, and it was so packed. And I just thought, at the moment, I was trying to unpack the Beckett, and I thought, I can't do both at the same time. I can't do Mark Franco and Beckett at the same time. I really apologize. So now I'm free to really go for it's beautiful. And but anyway, the only thing that I thought I could contribute to this discussion was just a little quick recap of the piece that I did, which I'm still trying to figure out how it worked and um, and how it worked in this environment. I've done it twice before in a museum environment, and I think of it as a sculpture, and it's a sculpture that lasts 12 hours, and it's a stage that I've made that is amplified, and I had 14 dancers from New York Theater Ballet perform on it, and they only do one movement, which is the beret movement, which is on their toes like this. One of the things I was very interested in was seeing that movement isolated and seeing that kind of rigid, very traditional kind of structure, and seeing trained ballerinas. They're all trained in the Cicchetti method, and see how they sort of interpreted it. In the past, I'd used contemporary modern dancers who had a little bit of ballet training, and this was very different. Anyway, just to give you a little idea of what the piece is about, it's and these pictures I just got in this morning, so they're a little chaotic. But I fell in love with this painting, a Seurat painting called "Young Girl at Young Woman Powdering Her Nose." And it wasn't the toilet one, it was the powdering her nose. And it's a little painting, it's about this big. It's in the Houston Museum of Fine Arts. And I saw it as a girl, and I always imagined all the dots would fall to the floor, and I imagined sorting them. And I would just go stand in front of that painting every time I went to the museum, thinking about that. So several years ago, I got a reproduction of the painting, and I sat in my studio for a couple months, and I counted all the dots. This is the chart that I made. And I divided all the pieces of the painting into different areas, and like the hair, the bodice, whatever. And there are 14 colors in the painting. And I just made this really kind of anal chart. And I didn't know what I was going to do with it. And so I had it for years, actually. And then I was having a show at a museum, and the director, Ian Barry, said, "Is there a piece you've always wanted to do that we can produce for you?" And I thought, I want to do something with this chart. And I was reading about ballet. I was reading the Lincoln Kirsten book about ballet, and Apollo's Angels had just come out. I was thinking a lot about ballet, and I was thinking about how that, I'm just going to start flipping through some of these images while I'm talking, because I have 64 of them. So I started thinking about Seurat, and how the way he came up with this dot idea was he was thinking a lot about scientists at the time that were dealing with color theory. So he interpreted their color theory into this dot pattern idea that complementary colors would blend in your eye and be almost more realistic if they were in individual dots. And painting that way ended up making, because it's kind of rigid, you can't do this with your paintbrush. It ends up giving you a very classical and very rigid kind of form. And I think it's almost Seurat's idiosyncratic ideas about painting. And the results of that is why we still look at him today and why he's so important in painting and art history. So anyway, I started thinking what it would be like to interpret his painting into ballet. And I started thinking of ballet as also something that had that kind of strange, weird rules that had developed over the years. Why? Because of court dancing in France, or, it had developed in such a strange way and it's become codified. And actually, I just went to see New York City Ballet the other day to see an all Balanchine program, which was gorgeous. I loved it, but I thought, it's kind of like watching like No Theater or Kabuki or something. It's very, i- it's it's so embedded in the culture, and it has to sort of be filtered through all these sort of lenses when you watch it. Anyway, so this is the piece that I did. Each dancer was a different color. They played a different color, and they would come to the stage, which is actually in the shape of the woman in the painting. And the chart is inscribed on each pole. The number of dots are translated into the beret movement. And so basically they come out and if like, this woman was, she was orange. And so she would put on the orange shoes and she would go to the area of on the stage that corresponded to the painting, and then she would dance her dots. The other thing that I wanted to deal with in this was also translating the sound of the beret, the action of the beret into sound. So there's a lot of microphones and sort of, I worked with Jody Elf and David Lane to mix and sort of interpret the sound of their feet into something that just sort of filled the entire space. So I'm sort of, every time I've done this piece, I've done it differently. It's basically the same, but I've added some elements or taken some elements away, and I'm still trying to think about how it worked. It was interesting that you were mentioning about where people are sitting, because I was thinking about I did it in art museums before where people just approached it like a sculpture. They go right up to it, they'd start examining it, go right up to the dancer. But here, because I think it's a different kind of environment, they sort of thought about the sacred space of a performance. And a lot of people kept their distance, from this, from the actual performance. And so I actually preferred it if people would come up and just really be a part of it and look at it like an object in a way. But so anyway, I guess that's all I have to say. Is that enough? Is there anything else I need to talk about?
I'm just curious, just quickly,
Uh-huh.
what your experience was as a visual artist working with ballet dancers. If you felt like if there's something related to Mark's essay here that says, you quote Forsyth, and it says, ballet is an art of command. And I just, what came up for you in relationship to being the artist in command of these 14 dancers?
Well, the interesting thing to me about working with these dancers, as opposed to, well, actually, right now I'm starting to work with Susan Marshall and Jason Truding, who's a percussionist, and we've been. but as a visual artist, but we're working on a performance. And so Susan has added a few dancers into the mix just to kind of work out some ideas. And what was interesting to me is that the dancers that Susan uses they bring their own ideas. You know, she'll sort of give them like a framework, a verbal framework, and they kind of like, okay, I'll try this or I'll try that. And they really interpret and bring to the table their own movements. Ballet dancers weren't like that, or at least the ones that I worked with. They want to know exactly what you want them to do. We had to talk a lot about, which I wanted to, and I was very interested in this idea about makeup and, you know, false eyelashes, no false eyelashes, and you know how the beret would work, and everything. They're like an army, you know, that they take orders. And I actually kind of like that. um, you know, because they really try to do what you want, is what with their training and what's ever in their power. This is the last slide, I think, and you can see the painting. I had it up in their dressing room to give, just so they knew what they were doing. And then that's a chart that I made just for them, so they knew when they had to come out and when they had to do their beret. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Suzanne. I'm going to switch you and Jillian now, and I'm just going to kind of reference the next paragraph, actually, and you bring up this idea of the way the ballet dancers in that sort of micro community, to use the Frederick Jameson term that you use, and the micro community that is what you know, current sort of contemporary postmodern dancers, how they operate in that sphere. So these, like you said, there's so much in there, but there are these micro communities have their own politics, and so it's sort of interesting to hear your reaction or relationship to that. I'm sure we could go on and on about that. But now we're going to Jillian, whose Polly Pocket extension, I'm blanking, expansion pack was premiered last weekend at Dance Space Project. And
I'm going to get up some photos, but I haven't really edited these photos, and they're actually not from Dance Space.
okay,
So, because
That's
I haven't
that's
looked
okay.
through those, but they are from two different performances of the work, one at Abrams and one in Vienna. How do I? Just give me a second. If I do slideshow, it'll just change on its own.
You can press
It did
this.
It didn't when
You
I
can
pressed
put
it.
this one. Should be able to do
Yeah, so I think I'm glad that you just ended on that note, Suzanne, about the difference between using contemporary. I don't know if this is going on.
Is this loud enough?
I will, but
Suzanne will help you. You can start talking. Suzanne.
yeah, because I feel like this is a big issue for me. I use ballet movement, but I don't use ballet dancers. And people keep on saying to me, "Oh gosh, I just can't wait until you use ballet dancers." Like, and somebody after Dance Space, somebody was like, "Wow, this is such a like risky thing that you're doing, using ballet without ballet dancers." And I feel like in those moments that they're not actually paying attention to the work, because it is more about, I like the word disarticulation, and I don't know whether I'm even using that in the right sense, but
No.
there's something. Well, are we just okay with that, or should we
Maybe what you could do is just put in,
Just-
you know, they,
drag them onto your hard drive?
well,
But
I can put them in Keynote, but see, it's not even, I don't know if it would even do Keynote.
If you're okay, we can just keep going. Are you okay with that, Jillian?
yeah, I don't
Okay.
care.
Here, the
You
other
can
thing
use your
is-
imagination.
Is
Did that do anything?
No, well, it's just not plugged in right now.
So you could turn it around and people could see on the computers. Maybe.
I think we can just keep going.
Oh, there it is.
Oh, you got it. Oh, no, that's my daughter.
This isn't Polly Pocket, but it will be because then we can set it up to mirror or something.
Okay.
It's gonna happen. The payoff will maybe be worth it.
Yay. Getting there.
Something's happening. Although now I just have to flick through all of them because they're not open together. That's awkward. Sorry.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. Cool. Where was I? Oh, just that it's, yeah. Thank you. And I'm, yes, not articulating this well. But I feel like there's something that's important to me in the slippage between the failure, not failure, it's not failure. Let me start over then. So about this idea about dance and politics, I definitely think it always is. And by that, I mean that I think of political as just the relationship between bodies, and that can be of the body to itself or to other performers or even to the audience. And that is what makes me hesitate about the ballet. It's the ballet theater. Never mind, I'm not making sense. I don't know what to say.
About it makes you hesitate about that issue of the ballet dancer versus the non-skilled
Right.
ballet dancer.
Here, I know what will save me. I'm going to go to another essay of yours, actually, because it's Mark Franco Day. And I really like this essay, The Ballet versus Modern Wars as Ideology, from the work of dance, labor movement, and identity in the 1930s. I give this to my students because I feel like it helps them understand this early division between ballet and modern dance. And what it's proposing is that there's a triangulation of forms, and that what's in the middle, and forgive me if I'm misreading it, but is chorus dancing. And that chorus dancing is the Rockettes somehow succeed in both the popularity that ballet was aiming for at the time and also the abstraction that modern dance was aiming for. So I feel like my work is,
And also the status of labor that radical modern dance was, because the chorus girls are the laborers par excellence
Right.
of the dance world.
yeah,
The
perfect.
it's all-
Right. No, that's great. And so I feel like I've always been really inspired by chorus dancing and the Rockettes, even though I've never actually seen them live, but YouTube videos. And that's really the moment in which I realized that dance was political, or was taught that dance was political, because in one of my first dances that I made in college, there was unison movement. The dancers were fairly homogenous, and I just got a lot of like head shaking about it. Like, Jillian, oh God, this is like really offensive. And I didn't know, I didn't have a place for that yet. I didn't have a language, I didn't understand that this aesthetic was, that there were politics embedded in just this simple aesthetic that I took to be commonplace and just easy and popular and just the thing to do. This isn't really switching around. Maybe that? It doesn't matter. That's an okay picture. Yeah, all right, we'll stick with it. So I feel like it's in that moment that I realized that it's not just, it wasn't about the movement that they were doing. It was just in the casting of bodies. It was just in the fact that I chose these three bodies to be together that made it, that referenced a huge history that I wasn't meaning to reference. And that is what's so exciting about dance, is that you don't realize all the meaning that comes with every movement, every placement of bodies. So I take that as just the pure joy of making things, because I'm going to make these decisions and then afterwards I can be like, oh, that's what that means, or that references that. And why I do, sorry, you were going to say?
Can I just ask, is
Yeah.
that the Odeon in Vienna?
Yeah.
That was the building that Hitler commandeered, right? It's now a theater, but that
Ouch.
it's one of the most beautiful buildings in Vienna,
It's
but he
so beautiful.
commandeered it for his office.
I
And-
was not told that. That's the kind of thing that is like unsaid, unspoken, I guess.
Yeah, a little bit.
You should always
Although I was
travel
there.
with a scholar.
Oh my God.
No, but I think when I was there, I was told it, so I must have learned it from someone.
Yeah.
I didn't research it.
I believe
Yeah.
that.
Yeah.
I wish that we could see more pictures of it because it's so beautiful. But we'll just live with that one. But what was I going to say? It was about
the three bodies and the
Yeah.
history of movements.
Well, why I like using ballet movement is that it references a whole history, obviously through the history of dance, but also a personal history. Each of these dancers have their own background and baggage with this movement, which is fraught with like childhood anxieties and hopes and I mean I hate that about it because I think it's hard for them, not just physically but also emotionally. Like, what do those movements, what do those positions bring up that isn't intentional? It's not what the work is about, but then the work becomes about this history, about a collective history. I don't know. That was not thorough at all, but
No,
it's
that's
just
great,
what I was
Jillian.
thinking.
It kind of brings up a question for me, and maybe I'll pose it to you or anyone, but Mark, about ideas that we have in, I guess, since Judson Dance Theater in particular, but I guess the history of modern dance is break with tradition and sort of associate it with a certain kind of freedom. And you mentioned earlier sort of the emptiness, like starting with perhaps nothing, but really the reality is, at least in the Western European dance tradition, modern dance is still predicated upon the long history of ballet. And I just, so I don't really have, I guess, I don't even know if it's a question. I just wonder if you wanted to respond to that.
I'm not sure. I mean, I know I'm working with Fabien Baba now, and he talks a lot about his training at Parts in Belgium, which is not at all based on the ballet tradition, but is based on Judson. So I mean, that's one situation, but it seems to me true also in France, certainly, that modern dance, or if that's the proper term, is very much connected to the Judson tradition and not to other traditions.
I was just,
So maybe I misunderstood your question, but I'm not quite sure where to pick that
oh,
from.
yeah, no, I mean, I think that the Judson dance artists all were trained in ballet, and in fact, Steve Paxton has been quoted as saying that
Sure.
ballet is our Western European kabuki.
Mm-hmm.
Whoever brought that,
So-
Suzanne. So I guess, you know, if you keep unpacking it,
Sure. Well,
it's
in that
it's
sense,
very
Yanira's
related.
work made me think of Yvonne Rainer, because No to Spectacle, I mean, her whole questioning of the relationship of the dancer to the audience and what it means for us to consume visually a dance, it seems to me that's the fundamental question. And the work made me think of Rainer's No to manifesto.
Well, what's really interesting also about Yvonne's work, and I think maybe you brought it up in this article, is that while we might think of it as democratic because there's democratic movements, her relationship to the material is not. She's very specific about how Trio A is performed. There's, you know, and it's exactly the way that it needs to be done. And so then, what is the relationship also of the choreographer to the performer? And that's a whole politics right there, which is something that we worked on. I mean, again, in Act One, there are steps. They are the exact same steps every night. There are ways to perform them. And then in Act Three, I don't know what their structure is. Even though I'm the quote unquote director, I'm absent in those choices in a way, except for by having made the choice to be absent. So, so there's that kind of politics too. It's the politics of the movement itself, but then also the relationship of the choreographer to the performer who's doing the movement.
Did you want to, I don't even know if this is a fully articulated question about articulation, but looking at this work and hearing these three artists, two choreographers talk about the work, could you attempt to relate it back to that idea of articulation? Then maybe we can open it up to questions.
Yeah. Oh, goodness. That's, yeah. Well, it seems to me it's everywhere. I mean, I think that's the thing about this idea. It's maybe a little bit dangerous in that it's very open, but I still think it's worth working through. Um, it seems to me that's exactly what you're talking about when you talk about, how we see certain tropes of ballet performed by non-ballet dancers. That's already particularly interesting because of that particular disarticulation that occurs there, but which is also in itself an articulation, the articulation of a let's call it
Right.
just to be brief, a non-skilled body working in a so-called skilled form in a space which is a non-theater. I know that theater, there's no frontal view. You actually sit on the side, and it's like I'm sitting facing this way and the theater's over there. So you have to actually look at it like this in a space which itself disarticulates a traditional theater frame and a space which has a significant fascist background, which perhaps could be related also to the history of ballet, certainly in the 20th century. I'm working right now on the history of Serge Liffard and basically the Paris Opera in the 30s and 40s, which in the 40s it was a complete collaboration with the Nazis. So that, I mean, this isn't a side point, but what do you do with a national institution that has, in a sense, betrayed itself? And then how does it want to cover its tracks and retain its history? That kind of question. So, I mean, these are all, how do you articulate the development of French ballet in that particular context, which is a national context, a self-identified national context, with a certain betrayal of the very principles that presumably underlie um, the French nation. I mean, these are just examples of articulation it's floating everywhere that you look at this. And so that's why when one attempts to write about it, it's dense, because you never settle on one particular lens with which to view this. But there are multiple lenses, and they all are coherent in as much as they all connect to aesthetics, history, medium, and practice. So it's not so chaotic as it might seem, but I feel as though this is present. Your work with the amazing, way of formalizing a relationship of the dancer, both to that artifact, a very artifactual and kind of approach to choreography, where the shoe itself becomes the aspect of color and the object, kind of fetishized object that then shapes the space, and your choice of, as I understood it, the bourrée, the pas de bourrée as the one vocabulary element that would be explored, but in this case with trained dancers who, as you said, so wonderfully want to do it right. Um, I wish I could have seen that, but it sounds absolutely, again, fantastic, and also a way of re-articulating an entire history and aesthetics with a certain questioning about, as you said, what are the personal investments and risks? What is the personal history? What is the traumatic, perhaps even personal history? And so, I mean, in that way, if you take it back to the kind of thing I'm trying to think about, in each case, I've spoken about how I feel about your relationship, questioning of the relationship to the audience. In each case, um, what seems to be happening is that certain tropes of sovereignty and affect and expression, affect captured within the very personal histories of these dancers, expression perhaps captured within the shared aesthetic of postmodernism, in which the body itself is the instrument through which one reads what is happening, all those things are getting recombined by each of you in very specific ways. So again, there's no one way to combine anything, but this is a combinatoire. This is a combinatoire which itself yields our understanding of the relation of dance to the political, I would say.
Do any of you want to have anything to say before I open up for questions or ask each other? Shall we take some comments? I'm going to ask that the microphone be put here and that anyone who has a question, comment, come up to the microphone. You can, don't be shy. Um, Go, please, go ahead. Just, you can be.
I might try to sit down while.
Sure.
How is this?
That's great.
Okay, great. Thank you all for your offerings today. In listening to you all discuss your work, I'm drawn to the subtitle of Mark's essay, States of Exception, which charting some of the genealogical history behind that expression. When I hear this term, I think of Carl Schmitt, who was a political theorist with his own complicated history vis-a-vis fascism, but who posits this theory of exception via the idea of the sovereign, that the sovereign figure is that figure who is able to decide the exception, determine the limits of the exception, in a nutshell, determine that which is exceptional and what can be performed or enacted under that rubric. I'm interested for each of you working within the ballet aesthetic, trying to displace, potentially as you articulated, Judy, this aesthetic for all that it has the potential to evoke, contain, or convey, how you might see yourselves as artists approaching this idea of exceptionality, however that might be conceived within movement, aesthetics, the figure of the dancer itself as an exceptional body, and how your own workings with the idea, potentially, of exceptionality extends or challenges questions of sovereignty, as Schmitt is sort of embedding in this initial theory that he posits, in much more concise terms, in attacking or approaching the idea of an exceptional body, aesthetic, movement vocabulary. How do you see yourselves as artists grappling with the idea of the sovereign, either as aesthetic, as body, as modality of movement?
Oh, wow. Okay. So there's a lot of places I feel like that could go. So I think a little bit to be clear, I want to bring in another big word in terms of like the way that I was thinking about it, which is appropriation. And that is that basically we, what we did, our process was that we learned a 17th century Italian canary and an 18th century French version of a dance called the canary. And these were court dances, and also the canary was also, well, I can get lost in the history of the canary, but basically it's a court dance. It existed for hundreds of years in Europe. The English had a version of it. I mean, it started, the myth maybe, is that it started because there were some people who went to the Canary, there were some Spanish people that went to the Canary Islands, and they saw some people dancing, and the only words that we really have is that they were hopping and jumping, and that they were inspired by this movement that no one knows at all what it is, to create a dance that they called the canary. And we do not have any history that I know of that version, of that Spanish version. But what we do have is 100 years later, Cesar Negron, is that? Yeah, Cesar Negri. Sorry, I'm like doing the Spanish pronunciation. Um, basically wrote down a version. Of course, there were probably many at the time, I would imagine. And that is the version that we learned. So this is ballet in a way. That is the movement that then we deconstructed and restructured. So my relationship in this particular work to ballet is this question about appropriation and this question of history and where do these gestures come from. And it isn't until the 18th century version of the canary that you get this like Baroque hand that we all kind of recognize right away. Did not exist in the 17th century Italian version. And the 17th century canary is all in parallel. I mean, when I first was learning it, I thought I was doing river dance. I felt like river dance. I was like, this is river dance, but it's. And then the 18th century canary is all turned out. So then, what is the canary, right? And I kept asking that. We were taught by Catherine Tarosi, a Baroque dance practitioner expert. I kept asking her, I was like, what makes the canary? What makes it a canary? What makes it a canary? And basically, she really couldn't answer, except she's like, it's a certain rhythm. It was not any step. That was really fascinating to me. I was like, okay, so there really is no canary except some essence of time. So that's why I think I bring this word out, which is, appropriation. I mean, it's really, I'm just appropriating a dance that's been appropriated for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of years. And in many ways, maybe that's what we're all doing.
I was just going to say, although I feel like I almost want to hear the question again, but I'm not going to ask you to do that. But I was thinking about how this dance is the dancers, it's their own embodied hope and individual, like it's them trying to be this perfect ballet body, which they never will be, but that does exist. There is a perfection that they're aiming for, but it's not mine. So I do think that this dance, I don't know whether that approaches your question at all, but that it exists because of their own embodied experience and striving and hope and desire, and not, I don't know whether that approaches it, but.
Well, you were talking about exceptional bodies. That's the phrase that kept coming out to me, because I started thinking a lot about this ballet ideal body, and what that is. And then in this particular piece, I was thinking about, exceptional shoes, because it's like, how did that shoe get the way it is? And how strange it is that you want your foot to even do that. And then it came from, in my reading, Taglioni, she developed those shoes that we did that. I was like, that's exceptional. That's unbelievably exceptional. And it's become not only exceptional, but an expectation that we have now. And like I said, I just went and I wanted to go see Wendy Whalen, her last performance, and I couldn't get tickets, and that's why I went to see her second to last performance with the Balanchine thing.
Fail.
And I was thinking about her body, which is, if you see her on stage, it meets all my my ideas and previous kind of the trope that I have in my head about what a ballet body should be. When you see her in real life, it looks very, she looks like she should eat some more, but she's beautiful. She's unbelievably beautiful. Anyway, I was just thinking about when you said exceptional bodies, I was just thinking about the exceptional physicality of the visual in ballet and how strange and odd it is.
Well, what's interesting about what you just said is how you read power, right? So when she's performing, she's powerful, but when you see her on the street in jeans, she doesn't feel maybe as powerful. From what I mean, from what I'm getting from what you're saying, and it's the same body, but it's a certain way of articulating a gesture that it's the gesture that's carrying the weight, maybe, and how perfectly she can achieve that.
But I mean, going back to Macklin's question, you know, the quote in Schmidt is, "Sovereign is he who decides on the exception," which has a lot to do with the state of exception, which is the state of emergency, the political state of emergency, which we experienced after 9/11, and the loss of democratic control of society through the necessity for emergency to establish the exception, which is what we experienced, I think, with Bush under 9/11, the loss of civil liberties in order to combat fascism, all this sort of thing. What I think what everyone's pointing out here is that the exceptional body, that is the anchor into the notion of the sovereign, which has been floating around this conversation all morning. The sovereign in the sense that we're citing ballet history, we're connecting to its origins in the 17th century or perhaps in the 19th century. But in other words, if there is an aesthetic relay between what we see when people dance and some issue of sovereignty, which maybe even unconscious, as Yunira said, kind of where is the political unconscious of dance? Maybe it's in the way people are seated or the sight lines along which they're looking, but also it's in the exceptional body, whatever that may be, that the exceptionality at an aesthetic level, which could be Wendy Whalen's particular beauty, or it could be any number of traits that we recognize as exceptional, they already relay us toward a certain political reality of sovereignty. That is to say, a certain political, I hate the word dispositif, using it from French, a certain political apparatus that dance puts before our eyes and for us to re-experience. And I think that's what links these projects in some way, if we want to think of them as potentially political.
That's a great way to end this very rich conversation. Thank you, Mark. Thank you, Yanira, Suzanne, and Jillian. Oh, how much time do we have, Abby? Oh, well, Jillian has something to say then, and we have more questions. Wow, I was so, that never happens at a panel, never, sorry. I had 1:45 and it's 1:46.
Well, I just wanted to say, just in terms of this political structure that ballet seems to carry with it, is that somebody said about Polly Pocket, like that they weren't interested in it because it's not experimental. And I guess that for her, that experimental, I just need to have a conversation about, like, what do you mean, really? But that the relay, even, I mean, and I say reference because they're not doing ballet, that put it, that cast it to a historical context that, and even though that historical context, ballet was experiment, it was always an experimental thing. So I'm not exactly sure, but I think that it's interesting how ballet is perceived today. And I love that we're all interested in it right now, but I don't, yeah, if you guys have something to, I don't know if that's been your experience using or talking about ballet, but, and maybe not. Or, yeah.
No, I'm just thinking. Yeah.
Oh,
Ashley maybe wants to.
Claudia has something.
Oh, Claudia.
Thing about Wendy Whalen as an example, I think is of course that her body is not perfect at all. You know, she'd battled spinal scoliosis,
Yeah.
and you know, she talks about the one time that she thought she maybe saw Balanchine in the hallways, and that you know, she was a student, and he sort of passed her and she wanted to turn to see if it was him, but she had a neck brace on to like try to correct it and so couldn't. And I think when people talk about her, they now always talk about this sort of singular authority that she has, but actually that authority comes from Christopher Wheeldon, the choreographer, talked about her having to struggle so much to try to reach that ideal. And so I think from where we are, and this brings up like how close you are to power, right? It can seem like that everybody in that realm has achieved that perfection, and that of course they're also struggling to meet that ideal body. And so it's interesting to just listen to sort of the space between the real and the perceived, and then how like what the politics are of that positioning.
Yeah. And how history then is created, because isn't Maria Taglioni was also she had such back problems, and so they had to create a whole new port de bras for her. I think that this is right. Maybe somebody's. She had long arms. Wasn't there like some problem with her body? No. Anyway, but the
It's got to be a problem with almost everybody.
right. Yeah, that's true.
But I love this idea of thinking about the ideal body and
Right.
the ideal body in ballet. And one of the things that was interesting to me about watching Wendy Whalen is her ideal body is actually very different than the other ballet. I mean, they, even though we think of it as like a almost like a cookie cut, like this is the ideal body, there is a lot of variation in between each dancer, and that was just really interesting to me, and also that they have to find that within themselves.
Ashley, did you want to say
Thank you guys. This has been great. And just kind of responding to the question about sovereignty and bringing it back also, Mark, to your earlier comments about the political and aesthetics, and you said aesthetics and politics can join because they are separate. And I'm wondering about, all of you are kind of doing a sort of reference of a ballet which invokes a ballet history, but also doing so within even stage contexts that are really different from a sort of proscenium that invokes the politics that you're talking about. And I wonder, in terms of the political, when we represent ballet in this way on a maybe modern or contemporary dance stage or in a museum, when we're representing the moves on bodies that aren't ballet dancers, even though you kind of referenced that all of these dancers were ballet dancers or may even still identify in that way, even though they're not read as ballet dancers, properly speaking. And so when we kind of represent ballet in this way that might be incorrect or what have you, I'm curious if it's a representation that invokes a kind of politics that kind of breaks down the power structures of ballet, or if that representation actually promotes the maybe trauma or violence of histories of ballet, if that makes any sense. I've been thinking a lot about representation as a kind of continuing of a politics. And so I'm wondering at what moment we're breaking them down as opposed to furthering them, if that makes any sense.
Well, the word trauma reminds me of how you were describing your dancer's experience of doing the movement, and my dancers also went through a very similar experience. And one of them described to me the experience of having a teacher that would have a magic marker and would tape, and they had to wear unitards in ballet class, and then this person would write on their body as they were taking class at the bar, and that the experience of doing this particular movement and the fact that they're wearing unitards doing it was bringing back these really sort of fascists, for lack of a better word, recollections, and how hard emotionally it was to do the movement because of that. So that's what the word trauma sort of makes me think about. It's this history that's whatever, it's hundreds and hundreds of years old, of people like an army in a way being instructed to do a thing in a certain type of way, and that they're, the perceived amount of freedom is so dependent on the particular situation in that sense between the teacher and the student, and how the freedom to do a port de bras so much has to do with who's in the room, right? Like who your teacher is, and how, what is the openness of the correctness of the gesture. I don't know.
But I just thinking that I don't know that we entirely get around that just by moving into modern or postmodern. I mean, there's just different versions of what is seen as what that, let's say, the teacher or the form requires. I wonder when you were asking your question, I kept wondering, are we really talking about technical virtuosity as we know it in Western European dance as related to ballet, and that so many of the contemporary choreographers since the 60s forward were responding in some way. So maybe that comment about experimentation is, I thought we moved away from this, right? There's some implied knowledge or something implied about what we've all accepted as what is called experimental. But then there's this other thing that's always at play, which is the unspoken, at least, and I'm talking about outside of the ballet world, of technical virtuosity related to a kind of balletic perfection. But you still see it in modern and postmodern. I mean, so it's not really a question, just a thought.
But I think what you're pointing to, and maybe this is some way of answering also Ashley's question, is that we think in terms of periods in dance, and we think in terms of what is contemporary and what is not. And I'm sure you as a presenter are very aware of that. And this idea that, once we have gone through the 60s, why should we even go back and consider the existence of ballet? But the reality is that there are many people in that practice, and it has a presence. It has a living presence. So there's a difference between the temporality, the sort of headline temporality of what is considered to be new and contemporary, and the human reality of what is present within that field. And so I think, and this is something that's coming up in contemporary dance with the phenomenon of historical reenactment, or reenactment is that there are many temporalities at work. So the question of whether, or what Chakrabarty called heterotemporalities, is that it's almost a crisis in historiography, not only the crisis in the historiography of dance, but of historiography properly speaking. The idea that there can be multiple temporalities and multiple historicities at work within the body, that the body itself might be considered an archive of these things, is what we're seeing in this work, and what we're seeing in a lot of other work that is more directly related to not reconstructing, but reenacting. In other words, creating a relationship of the present dancer to a past that they do not know directly and personally. So, I mean, that's a slightly different area, but I'm saying that I can see a relationship between these things, and the necessity not to think in conventional historical terms about dance history and the past of dance. Once something has happened, it is over. So are we bringing it back, or are we re-destroying it, or are we making sure it's dead? I think we could be doing any of those things, but the reality, the deeper reality, is that they're all still alive.
And I feel like right now we're at an exciting moment because of things like Claudia's platform in the spring, and there's so much talk about, is ballet dying? How are we going to save it? Or how are we going to actually just kill it off completely? And I think that people are, and it seems like contemporary artists are looking for how it can be joined, how we can reimagine ballet in order to save it, or in order to, I don't know, I think it's an exciting, with that book, Apollo's Angels, I don't know.
What's sort of interesting about that is that they also, we also speak about opera in a very similar way, which is also from the same period, which is a monarchical period. Like, is the desire to quote unquote kill it, or some people's maybe desire to kill ballet or the opera, is really this question about, aren't we done with monarchy? So then what is democracy, and then what is a democratic form? Or if we're even moving away from democracy, then what would that be?
Right.
Yeah, I'm sorry, I've been in a lot of conferences recently. In fact, the paper on articulation was for a conference in Stockholm called Weaving Politics, and it makes me think of what you say, that my evocation of Leclau and Mouffe and Lefort and all those people that I think have very interesting ideas on democracy and its validity were not met with a great deal of enthusiasm amongst the young European thinkers who basically want politics to move toward the unknown. They just want something else. And I find that scary because I feel like in other occasions we move toward the unknown, we're not quite sure what we're leaving ourselves open to. But so there is an appetite for the unknown, which is, reaffirming in a way that we have to kill something.
An appetite for the very known. I mean, that's the opposite, a sort of a conservatism, tradition, what we, I mean,
And yes,
you know, and I, in really extreme ways, and then also just sort of
Yeah.
where are we standing, what's
How does
the
the
firm
appetite,
ground?
how does the appetite, the vanguard appetite for a political unknown in Europe correspond to the resurgence of anti-Semitism, which in Europe, which everyone is calling the new anti-Semitism, to sort of mask the fact that it is actually the old anti-Semitism, that nothing has in a way changed at a certain level. So these things to me are frightening, and they're also important in terms of the way we deal with traditions and the way we think about modernity and progress. But I saw another hand.
Can you come up to the microphone, please? Yeah.
We met didn't we meet at the conference on Heidegger's Black Book?
Wow.
Oh my goodness.
Small world.
And I had just made a similar comment, so that's
No, I'm
funny.
glad you keep making that comment.
Yeah, we should keep making
It's worthy of restatement. Many thoughts. One is, since I've worked as an archivist occasionally, so what crosses my mind is a lot of the historical commentary depends on what gets documented. What do we have to work with? There's so much that does not get documented. And it kind of got a little bit, came up a little bit when Yanira, you were talking about this canary dance, and they went, the Spanish people who went to the islands and they saw this dance that nobody really knows what it was. Right. And even Catherine Tarosi, is saying, we don't really know. So I am like I feel like that's the, what was the terminology you used? The unoccupied space? I don't know political theory.
The empty space.
The empty space. So
Democracy.
that's almost like the, this empty space, all the stuff, the undocumented, which typically is, there's sort of like this trickle up effect. Let's say, if you think that the court dance and the Baroque dance and what ended up becoming Western theatrical dance was established by the monarchy, yeah, but there's all that other stuff that never got documented.
Absolutely.
And the states of exception, I don't know, it just brings a lot of other stuff to mind, and I'm not enough of a historian, and also it's not my platform to start throwing terminology. That's the other thing I wanted to comment on. There's a lot of terminology that is being used that we may not all, a lot of semantics that maybe what each speaker means may not be what the other people at the table mean, that all of us listening understand. That's another comment. The other thing about the ballet is dead or not dead or yada, yada, yada. To me, it's almost like making announcements about the death of an art form is itself a tradition. Yeah. David Shields came out and said the novel was dead, and You know, I mean, I don't know. Yeah, you know, it's all dead. We're gonna die. You know, it's like, so you know, we can rejoice because tradition has been it reasserts itself with an announcement that ballet is dead or soon will be or whatever.
Once it's dead, you can
Yeah,
do it
yeah,
again.
you know, exactly. And just on that note, I remember when that book came out, and I was working on in an archive, and that had a lot of old issues of Dance magazine, and so there was an editorial. It was like from the 40s. I guess around that time they had been talking about how ballet was dead, you know. So the writer, and I don't have all the data here with me, but you know, he was just countering that argument, and everybody says ballet is dead, but look at this, look at that, look at the other. So just to keep things in a little bit of perspective.
What this work shows is that ballet is the undead.
Right, but I also
it has
think,
to be dead so that we can reenact it.
Yeah, but
And
I think
that's what they're doing.
I think there's also a really important difference with like what happens in this country, because culture in this country is so richly informed by very non-balletic sources, which we all know, but which, so that's all I want to say.
Well, and even ballet in this country, as imagined or reimagined by Balanchine, was influenced by American, you know, rhythm tap and Broadway forms. And so, and then I also was just thinking here about what ballet meant in the 60s and 70s in relationship to the Soviet Union, and then that, you know, all the ballet dancers and, or, you know, coming to the United States and the sort of what that meant politically is, we're sort of still playing that out, actually. I mean, that's recent history, but then I'm just, you know, if you have any thoughts about that in relationship to those moments in time.
Well, certainly I mean, I've been thinking a lot about neoclassicism recently and its relation to the Baroque. And I mean, if you look at the serious treatments of Balanchine, notably Tim Scholl's book, From Petipa to Balanchine, the narrative of Balanchine's modernism is basically that he returns to the 17th century again. That it's what he calls retrospective modernism. It's an interesting argument that he develops, so that Apollo in particular, right, the sort of starting point of that in 1928 originally is a work that is referencing Sleeping Beauty, because its relationship to Petit Pas, but through Sleeping Beauty is actually representing Louis XIV dancing the Sun King in the 1653 Ballet de la Nuit. So the male figure as Apollo, you cannot have the particular statement that Balanchine and Stravinsky make there, according to Scholl, without going back to an image of sovereignty and of the sovereign figure. So that's interesting to me, that within modernism, ballet modernism, you must have this return to the 17th century. And yet at the same time, I think what the Baroque signifies in 20th century thinking is something more like what you were talking about, appropriation, or what you were just talking about, this non-documentation, is what is the dark side of that? What is the shadow of the sun, you know? And what other types of conceptions of this past can we bring up that are actually not part of official culture in that way? So that's one thing. And it struck me also that in Lifa's case, in a very different world in Paris, the critic that made him what he was really was André Levinson, who was another Russian, who developed exactly the same argument as Scholl much later did about Lifa. So why can we not do in ballet without this origin, this sort of narrative of origin in the 17th century? That's one thing. And the question, the other part of your question, which deals with the emigration of dancers or the escape, is very interesting too. And I don't exactly know what to say about it here right now, but maybe other people do. I think you're absolutely right, that it becomes a kind of a vitalizing again. Yeah.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out that it's not just ballet, but where there's any form, there would be a traumatic experience in the politically alert moment, because inside a form, as you would say, if there's a discourse and practice inside of institution, there's always going to be a politically problematic moment. So I would like to indicate that, as Nicholas Boyal would say, that all form is face looking at us. So where there is a form, there is a trauma. We can't avoid it. Even in this very moment, there can be a very mini traumatic moment right here too. So ballet happened to gain this visibility or gain this power to be illuminated and being chosen as a subject matter to be explored among these current contemporary choreographers. So I just wanted to balance out that it's not just a form of ballet, but in any kinds of gathering or where there's a form, then it's all applicable all together. And that's for me, this idea of articulation and disarticulation, because this articulation is not skilled or unskilled for me, but it's absent, meaning there can be a golden cow here, but it's not here. And that's this articulation for me. So choreographers choosing to not do a certain thing is a disarticulation, and it has the political statement because of that. And I just wanted to share that point of view as well, to kind of illuminate the other side. It's not just a ballet. Yeah.
I just wanted to add one more thing. It's a little off that topic, but thinking about ballet being dead, one of the things that I'm always amazed at is how much it captures the imagination of little children. And how I grew up in Pasadena, Texas, which is like this little oil refinery town, and we studied ballet in the gym. You know, how did it get there, and why were we interested, and why are we doing that? You know, and that's the amazing thing about also one of the amazing things to me about ballet is how it's sort of seeped into our culture in so many ways. One of the things I was interested in when I did my sculpture here was a lot of it was about the dancers putting their shoes on and putting them off. And every time they did that, it really looked like this sort of classic image that, you know, came zeroing in from my childhood of the ballerina, you know, tying her ribbons. And it has such force, and that you know, I can't explain it, but it's an amazing thing to me. And
Last comment.
It's going to be a short one. Sorry. I wanted to share with you an image that came up to my head, or when you talked about why you're not using ballet dancers. It was Elizabeth Streb, because she's also not like acrobatic. She doesn't use circus performers. And I always wondered why I felt, as I'm looking at Elizabeth Streb or looking at your dance, which I did see, what does it communicate to me? Why do I like it? Is it the process towards expertise? Is it the struggle? I just don't know what it is, that it's this, to have it perfect, it's already there. But to not have it perfect, you're in a process. So maybe you guys can explain this to me. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I feel like using ballet dancers in the work would change the meaning entirely. And it's like you would glide over ballet as potentially having meaning. I don't know how to explain this. That it would become a fact that then you would move through. Whereas I like that you can get stuck at the dancers, that it becomes much more personal because you can't break through. Maybe that doesn't make sense, but.
No, it's something that is like, you know, as a dancer too, that I am, like I do like this unknown. of not knowing. Because if you know, then it's like, and that's not true either, because to know has a different kind of breath, put it that way. But to not know, it's to reach into an area of empty space in some way, of that unoccupied political space, if you so will, that is, I don't know if it's a bigger than self, something that's bigger than being just a human being. You know, it's something like that. But it's it. And what's interesting to me in this too is that it gets communicated, being a spectator, a viewer to this process. Like even I saw your piece yesterday. Thank you very much. And that whole process of being also shuffled around a little bit, and being so aware of yourself. I felt like I was not the perfect viewer. I was not the perfect audience, you know. So it's all about process somewhere. Like, yeah.
Well, there was this French
Yeah.
theorist, Pierre Legendre, years ago, who never really broke through big time like Foucault did, but who wrote this book on dance called Le désir d'être un autre, the desire to be another. And it was, so this sense of desire you're talking about, I think the process is motivated by some desire. It was a difficult book to understand. It seemed to be partially Lacanian in as much as it seemed to be the grand autre, you know, the other of the law that we were sort of identifying with. But at the same time, there's also that other more personal desire that fuels these personal narratives of becoming. And then there seemed to be a Foucauldian aspect to his work. So I mean, it's unfortunately not that usable a text, at least not yet. Maybe if someone dared translate it, we could do something with it.
Yeah.
But it seems like that's a missing piece in this theorization of
Yeah, and that becoming makes me think of you, because as a young girl, I come from a steelworkers town. We have no ballet, but I too was infatuated with the idea of the princess. Yeah, and
Back to sovereignty.
yeah, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Little girls want to be princesses. The central fact of my childhood was the coronation of Queen Elizabeth. I'm a little kid growing up in Queens. The first media event was being introduced to that pageantry of that sovereignty.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We need to,
Thank
we
you.
need to end, so pageantry.
What a wonderful
This
way to
pageantry, we are going to process away from this table. And thank you all so much. This was really extraordinary conversation. And thanks for your question.
Right.
God save
I'm putting her on the spot. Didn't prepare to do this. Hi everyone. Thanks for being here. Thank you, Melissa. That was beautiful. So when there are a lot of different ways to talk about this platform that I am in the process of putting together. Or now a lot of that process is watching and hearing about the artists who are putting it together. But maybe given today and what we've been talking about, the thing to sort of focus on are, and at least with Pam here, are talking about how these different languages, maybe the ways in which they aren't necessarily so different, and how for some artists, they really, jostle is, I think, is a word that I come back to all the time. Like, I love both the aesthetics and the politics of how these different worlds jostle in your work. And without, that it's not that horrible fusion thing, right, where the edges of everything get sort of muddied and blunted, but things like these languages exist with their own integrity, and also making sort of making new forms and new conversations and new politics. And so sort of backing into this, but Pam is going to have a full day during the platform. So that sort of the main performance spine of this 7-week period will be these 12 artists, some of whom are in the room today, who I've sort of set up in these arranged marriages of sorts. And we'll talk about that in the next conversation, so I'm not really going to get into it. But with Pam, we sort of immediately thought, well, she's already making those connections, and already really is already in all of these histories. And so we thought, just give her a full day. So I thought, after this this really marvelously heady morning that we had, talking about a lot of big subjects, that maybe I would start with quite a concrete question, which is just, how do you, how do you work with these different languages, and what's the working process and practice behind what we just saw?
Okay, well, I mean, basically, I just work. I go into the studio and I work. I start with steps and I have some ideas. I'm a dance history geek, which you know. So that's all in there. I come to, for me, ballet and modern right now are not separate. I feel like it's all dancing. And I try to figure out what I love about dancing. So what am I interested in? So that's sort of where I start from. What you just saw now is from 4 different pieces, Melissa? It's the spectator solo, plus the reverse of the spectator solo, plus I thought it'd be fun to put movement in from a piece that I actually did here in 2006 called Storage, plus solo from the new piece that you got a sneak peek and you didn't even know. And then something from Passagen, the end of Passagen. So to me, just like it's all dancing, sometimes I feel like I'm making the same, my project is similar. Sometimes I think everything is one big dance. And I like to ask myself when and where, how do you decide what starts and ends a dance? And how does that happen? That's one of the questions I ask. And sometimes, it might just be logistical. It's time to end. It's not a big, thing. I love ballet steps because I came to ballet much later. I started with modern. And so I'm always feeling like I'm an outsider, that I'm an imposter. So I'd like to just steal things, being an imposter, and I like to steal things. And, it's fun for me to like figure out how to make a pas de chat look different than a pas de chat, like where the accents fall.
That's fun for me. So I don't know. A lot of the work I do in the studio is with the dancer. We have set steps. It's not improvised. But the collaboration is how to execute the movements, or if we're working with a particular piece of music, where those steps, where the landmarks are in the music. So that's how we work collaboratively. Did I answer your question?
When we were just talking a minute ago, you brought up Twyla Tharp, who you conjure her a lot, or are in conversation with her, or maybe you're stealing from her. And I wonder, I don't know if you could just talk a little bit about her either influence on you, or sort of the ways in which you are in conversation with her. I think she's one of those figures who both, you can fit her into a lot of different histories, and she also troubles a lot of histories, and she doesn't sort of, she misbehaves in great ways when we're talking about sort of these neat categories.
Well, yeah, what I was thinking about, because you guys are talking about ballet and then Judson, and I just felt like the natural sort of outgrowth is that these were separated. The Judson had the reaction against in simplified terms, the reaction against ballet. Twyla put a lot of it back together. She put music back in. She, did a lot of things. She performed, she said no to the yes or whatever, So I feel like she definitely, puts together the ballet, the modern street culture, of the 70s. So I just felt like that is also really important if we're going to talk about this stuff. I had something else I was going to say, but I forgot.
And that also makes me think, of course, of all of these worlds always borrowing from, I think you brought this up, Judy, always borrowing from popular American culture. And I wonder if, when you talk about all these different, that it's all just dance, are you, and that you love steps, are you also sort of always looking, as a writer, I'm always taking found objects. That's a huge part of my writing. I will steal anything. And I wonder if how that functions for you really in really concrete terms, as a choreographer. Yeah, but we all do, but like, how do you, how do you watch, and when do you end up taking?
Yeah, I like to take things and then disguise them. And I feel like, a couple things happen. First, I'll work. And then as I'm working, I'll see what happens. Like, for example, in Be in the Gray with Me, a piece from 2009, I made this whole section where the women come up and promenade Dylan around. And I didn't really know what I was doing, but then one of the dancers looked at me and said, well, you just did Rose Adagio. So that was like not conscious. But then there's conscious things, like, okay, so Melissa does this. So that's straight out of Aegon. And this whole idea of her moving upstage and downstage from spectators and like, is actually from that also. It's just something, it's not like it's just a spatial thing that I noticed in ballet, that they do everything on center and they go up and they go upstage, downstage. So for spectators, I just pushed it. I'm into this thing called extreme spacing. I'm not really sure what it means. I don't know if I made it up, but like, I'm into it. So like, like going really far up and down, or side, like I'm still thinking about it, but I'm into that too. But then more than that also is, I have the steps and I have like these histories that I'm interested in. But how do they relate? How do they make the dance? How do they relate to the music I'm using? How do they relate to the composition? Like, that's also something that's really important to me. So like putting, where is it placed on the stage and where are they looking? And, like it's, it goes to other levels, but I'm really interested in the connection between the steps and the structure of the whole piece, the structure, the composition of where they are in the space, and then how that all relates to each other is really what I'm into right now also. And then in the other conversation you guys were having about the spectator and the relationship between the choreographer and the audience. And I for me, it's like there's three levels. It's like my relationship to the dancers, my relationship to the audience, and then the dancer's relationship to the audience. So it's like all these things happening. So that's why that's why the piece is called The Spectators that I made 2013. That's the reason, because I was thinking about all those things coming from another piece that I made called Blue Ballet, where I felt like well, whatever. There's a lot of issues with that piece, but it was my most important failure. But what it made me examine was my relationship to the audience. So in that piece, I pushed them away, I felt like. And so that I felt like the following piece was my way to not do that.
Are we okay for time? Should we? What?
Did I do my allotment of time? Is that good?
Well, I do have one more question that I feel like I might get a one-word answer from you, but so that's yeah. I think it might be no, but so we're talking a lot, or you all were talking a lot in the previous conversations about the politics of dance, and can you know, what does that mean, and can you locate politics in dance? And I think you, Jillian, at one point said that there were sort of these joys of being a maker, that you didn't have to suss out all of the meanings as you were making them, right? That you were just making, or I should take the just away from that, you were making, and then, you know, the different meanings can accrue sort of behind the work. And I guess I would ask you if you function in a similar way, or are you really thinking about the politics of your work, because there are a lot of different political readings one could give it.
Yeah, I think I'm more like Jillian. I don't have that when I'm making stuff, but I do feel like I want I want to have it both ways. I want to have you know, I'll say narrative and I'll say abstract, even though it's not sure about that, but I like to have it both ways. So I want to have some of that stuff in there. But it's important to me to leave room for the viewer. So I'm trying not to give you a yes or no answer. So, but I think that's, you know, I really love process. The process of making a dance is my favorite thing. I actually hate the show. It's horrible to me. I mean, you guys know if you're not in it, it's like, it's really hard. You know, I'm like in the back throwing up usually, but so I try, if possible, I like to have that in there too, that the audience can maybe see some of the process. Because that's where everything is. That's where our time and our love and everything that we put into it is in that. And so that's really, really important to me.
Thank you very much.
throat gets sore really fast.
No, I barely had to talk. So, do we just start?
What's a tax ID? Do I have that?
That's your social security number.
Or if you're incorporated or 501, you might have a different thing. I'm just going to ask Abby.
Just make sure my phone is. It says Claudia conversation. Snooze.
It's nice. Hi, everyone. Welcome back. Thanks for joining us if you just are. So I am delighted to be joined by Will Rawls and Reed. I'm realizing, is it Bartlemy? Is that right?
Bartlemy.
Bartlemy.
Yeah.
For this conversation, and we have Caitlin Gilliland in absentia, and I'm going to read something from her in just a moment. But I thought that before we get into our conversation, which is quite unscripted after the initial introduction, that I would say a few words about the platform. And I think this is the first time, if you don't count 10 minutes ago, that I've said anything about it in public. So I find, although it is not as nearly as sprawling a topic as politics and dance, that there are a lot of different strands in this endeavor, and so it sort of becomes octopus-like to me. But essentially, the platform, which takes its title from an Edwin Denby essay, started from sort of two conversations that Judy and I were having, and one was really thinking about what would be an appropriate way and an interesting way to bring ballet into dance space, and my sort of frustration over feeling like a lot of the arrangements between uptown and downtown, which is such troublesome terminology, but I don't know how to replace them. That they seem so sort of artificial, and they don't seem to be coming from any sort of true conversation. So I, of course, created an entirely artificial. I created 6 artificial relationships. But so there was on the one hand that idea of like what would be a good conversation to have, and then on the other hand, my tradition is the poet critic tradition. The thing, as Jillian said earlier, this sort of impossible thing to which I aspire. So Edwin Denby, of course, somebody who had moved in many, many different ways. In New York, he was a poet, he was a performer, he was a writer. And my sense is that things are, when I look at how criticism is functioning now, it seems on the one hand a really promising time. There's writing happening all over the place. We're now several decades into very strong traditions of artists taking up criticism. And at the same time, arts journalism has fallen apart. And that is both problematic, but I think it's also really promising, because there are, of course, lots of ways in which arts journalism was problematic to begin with. So really, I have a deep political interest in stating unequivocally that criticism is a literary art form, and that it should aspire to the same things that it seeks to be in conversation with in the art forms whatever art forms it covers. And so then Edwin Denby became, and I also, because I do not have a background or a practice as a curator, I walked away from the conversation with Judy, the initial one, thinking like, I think I just got offered, I think I'm a curator. I sent her an email being like, did you offer me this? And so thinking like not wanting to be a complete imposter, and thinking how, if I were going to function as a curator, what would that mean? And
and then thinking, well, what is one thing a critic does? I mean, we all are very familiar with the idea of the critic as the, passing judgment, right? Yay or nay. But another way in which a critic can function as connective tissue, should a critic so choose, as a person whose literal job it is to see things in different places and to see things that she might not want to see, or that she might never have heard about, that she then has to write about for the next day and embarrass herself in international print distribution. And so thinking about that idea of connective tissue became really paramount to me. So I think I'll maybe leave it at that, and we'll maybe get into some of the other themes. Other than to say that so what I ended up doing was creating these 6 pairings with artists coming from, my idea taking from something about Denby, which is that he had sort of talked about the 3 poles and nodal points of experimentation in New York, and he talked about Judson and City Ballet and Cunningham. And so I was thinking about pulling artists from these different worlds. And it's, of course, a problematic and kind of clunky thing, which many of the artists are already like, wait a minute, you put me in that world, or I don't agree with. So, and we have, Eve Laris Cohen and Julian Pena, who are also in the platform, should feel free to interrupt/heckle at any point. But Will Rawls, and I'm not going to get into bios, you guys have the programs. Will Rawls and Caitlin Gilliland are partnered, and Reed, who to my mind is really almost a singular figure in terms of his fluency with so many different worlds of dance within the dance world in New York, and who I'm sure many of you know is you're not quite a former dancer, you still dance once in a while, and is a costume designer, and he's our, for the platform, is the house costumer, costumier, and is going to be working with Will and Caitlin. So maybe the hardest thing so far about this platform has been scheduling all of these people. Caitlin regrets that she couldn't be here. She's upstate performing. She writes, and this is titled Live Letter. Hey W, so behind in the responding to emails game lately, feeling frazzled. The freelance dancer / undergrad student / ballet teacher hustle has me too often waiting for the one train. Grateful, and that's hashtagged, for the concession stand at the Columbia stop that sells 25-cent peppermint patties, and hashtag lucky to own a versatile pair of or 3 of Lulu pants. Anyway, I've been stuck in the conversation we started with Claudia and Reed the other night about our practice, both individual and paired, mostly because I think I misrepresented myself in an attempt to have an immediate answer to the question of what it is, or in an attempt to fill dinner conversation. When I read the essay you sent me this week, I identified strongly with some of its themes, parenthetical, while others remain foreign to me, close parenthetical, and I settled, parenthetical, get it, haha, double exclamation point, close parenthetical, on my connection to the idea of study it introduces as somewhat similar to my idea of process, parenthetical, this word is tired, I think, close parenthetical, which I will here equate with practice. Parenthetical, also I'm using another parenthetical within excessive, parentheses, to record my digressions and quotation marks to avoid pretentiousness. How's that for practice? Close parenthetical. Let's discuss this essay and its many levels in person soon. For now, it has challenged me to better define my individual practice. Parenthetical, whoops, now this word is getting tired. Close parenthetical, which most obviously is dancing, etc., and riding the one train. At dinner the other night, I was quick to divide my dance practice into 2 contradictory pursuits, that of the ballet dancer and that of the curious contemporary artist, end quote. Or something. That's BS. I understand my art through the lens, or better, through the body, all caps, of a trained ballet, parenthetical, Balanchine, question mark, dancer. My legs always respond most readily to a daily ballet class. My muscles most easily remember movement impelled by music or rhythm. I crave discipline and direction and certainty and steps and counts. I believe in the strength of my ballet roots. If I didn't, I'd have no business encouraging my students to grow theirs. That said, part of my practice now includes questioning what I can't help but feel is a somewhat restrictive, open parenthetical, self-created, question mark, routine even in performance. I think you mentioned once you'd heard someone say that glamour is restraint. If that's true, I embody the unglamorous. I throw myself aggressively around the city and into studios and into ideas. I've made a habit of falling in love with my fellow artists / adventurers. I'm intensely in the moment until it passes. It's our moment now. I'm throwing myself at you. You're reciprocating. We're dating, practicing. When we can find time to be candid, we're sharing our thoughts on race, gender, sexuality, refusal, displacement, fugitiveness, art, dance, escape, home, and our own narratives. Meanwhile, we're constantly exchanging emoji texts, Google calendaring the trajectory of a planned romance, and Instagramming faux intimate, parenthetical, but friend intimate, time together. We've used many methods of communication to explore real questions and fake answers and fake questions and maybe some answers that feel real to us. But at this point, I wonder about love. Are we in love? Are we scheduled to fall in love sometime soon? What does love mean for us? Open parenthetical. And what does it really mean when I use a red as opposed to a pink emoji heart? Close parenthetical. Remember when you sent me a text that said, "Love you, mean it," and I told you later I couldn't figure out whether to interpret it as a comfort or a challenge or a joke or a serious admission, and we laughed about it in person, and you said you meant it, and I could tell from your tone and your body language and your eye contact that you were sincere? I'm still not even sure what that means, to you or to me, or if it really has to mean the same thing to both of us or anything to either of us. Let's talk about this more soon. Maybe now that we've defined our practice, we can start to decide how much of ourselves we want to reveal in it. Heart. Wish I could be there with you on this weekend. Quote, Mared, XXXXK, sent from my iPhone.
So when Caitlin and I decided to, or when we were assigned to start working together and trying to figure out how to speak to each other, sort of assigned microphones of New York City Ballet and sort of Judson, hitting the mission, kept trailing off and kind of going nowhere. We were trying to sort of become intimate with each other's practices and actually could never really find a way there through our corners of this triangle. So we decided to instead date each other as a means of beginning to understand who we are as bodies and people, with emotions real or feigned inside of an artistic practice that implicates our bodies and how dance shapes and confuses our lives. So anyway, there's more to say about that, but I just brought, speaking of the critic tradition or criticism as a literary art form, I brought Roland Barthes' A Lover's Discourse, and I just flipped through it this morning. Part of Caitlin and my, what we're calling emoji practice is sort of on the fly responses to each other's proposals. So anyway, I'm just going to read some sections from the book, and then we'll hand it back to Claudia. So this is from, and I don't know if you know this book, but it's a bunch of short kind of aphorisms about various aspects of love, and then each chapter starts with a kind of short aphorism, and then Bart kind of walks through various literary and psychoanalytic figures to sort of describe and unpack the term. So this is from the chapter, The Absent One. Absence. Any episode of language which stages the absence of the loved object, whatever its cause and its duration, and which tends to transform this absence into an ordeal of abandonment. Historically, the discourse of absence is carried on by the woman. Woman is sedentary, man hunts. Journeys. Woman is faithful, she waits. Man is fickle, he sails away, he cruises. It is woman who gives shape to absence, elaborates its fiction, for she has time to do so. She weaves and she sings. The spinning songs express both immobility by the hum of the wheel and absence, far away, rhythms of travel, sea surges, cavalcades. It follows that in any man who utters the other's absence, something feminine is declared. This man who waits and who suffers from his waiting is miraculously feminized. I miss you, Caitlin. This is from the chapter, The Dedication. Dedication. An episode of language which accompanies any amorous gift, whether real or projected, and more generally, every gesture, whether actual or interior, by which the subject dedicates something to the loved being. The amorous gift is sought out, selected, and purchased in the greatest excitement, the kind of excitement which seems to be of the order of orgasm. Strenuously, I calculate whether this object will give pleasure, whether it will disappoint, or whether, on the contrary, seeming too important, it will in and of itself betray the delirium or the snare in which I am caught. The amorous gift is a solemn one, swept away by the devouring metonymy which governs the life of the imagination. I transfer myself inside it altogether. By this object, I give you my all. I touch you with my phallus. It is for this reason that I am mad with excitement, that I rush from shop to shop, stubbornly tracking down the right fetish, the brilliant, successful fetish, which will perfectly suit your desire. The gift is contact, sensuality. You'll be touching what I have touched. A third skin unites us. I give X a scarf, and he wears it. X gives me the fact of wearing it. And moreover, this is how he naively conceives and speaks of the phenomenon. The ghost ship. Errantry. Though each love is experienced as unique, and though the subject rejects the notion of repeating it elsewhere later on, he sometimes discovers in himself a kind of diffusion of amorous desire. He then realizes he is doomed to wander until he dies, from love to love. How does a love end? Then it does end? I'll leave it there. Okay, the love letter. Letter. This figure refers to the special dialectic of the love letter, both blank, encoded, and expressive, charged with longing to signify desire. Why do I turn once again to writing? Beloved, you must not ask such a question, for the truth is, I have nothing to tell you. All the same, your dear hands will hold this note. That's all I have for you right now in terms of reading.
So many segues.
So many
So little
segues.
time. It's interesting to see the politics of that, several arms crossed of women immediately at certain points.
Yeah.
So, you know, when I started putting pairings together, and I had all of these lists and thinking of people who may be in fruitful conversation. And one of the people who I was talking to was Reed, because as I said, he really is one of the only people I know who's really equally versed in these worlds. And so I wonder, No, I would love to sort of get your perspective on, you said you'd sort of been fascinated by some of these pairings and just thinking about both the, the gulfs and the similarities. And yeah, I want to sort of follow up on something you'd said at dinner the other night, which was sort of thinking about, what the dancers from these worlds think of each other, why there is this gap. And and then talking about the sort of specificity of training and technique and how that can make bridges. There's so many shared languages and how that also creates these chasms.
Right. Well, at dinner, listening to Will and Caitlin talk about their project, I mean, aside from being kind of interesting sociological experiment, I thought it was really fascinating that they were going to get the chance to kind of get some insight into the different lives that we lead based on the kind of dance that we do. And one wouldn't necessarily expect that our lives would be so different, but the everyday life of a ballet dancer is so different from the everyday life of someone who's kind of like an academic dancer, someone who's been through a kind of more academic experience and entered into the dance world in a different, I'm not going to say a more informed kind of way, but it's a less specific physical kind of information in a way, because ballet dancers in their training, it's only this kind of physical repetition, and it's every day and it's in class, and the kind of the practice of it becomes so much their life. And most often they don't go to college and get a kind of broader perspective about the dance world. So for Caitlin and Will to have this experience learning about each other's lives, I think is so fascinating. But Caitlin is an exception in many ways because she's very curious and she's very open. But many, everything I'm going to say right now is a generalization. So, but a lot of people, I came from the ballet world, and it's very narrow. You spend your days doing a very specific thing, and then you go home and you sleep and you wake up again and you do it. And to go and see other people perform or have curiosity about other practices, you can go and watch other people dance, but your mind is so wrapped up in the physicality of what they're doing that you don't even think about the kind of concepts they're exploring. So I feel like the way that ballet dancers often watch performance prevents them from being curious and seeing more performance because they're so wrapped up in quantity. What else am I going to say?
What else are you going to say? Do you want to leave it there for now? Or, I mean, one thing that comes to my mind immediately is, of course, thinking about Cunningham, and then like the incredibly, I mean, talk about a specificity, right? And the daily work of doing that, and the moment we're at now in history with that company having closed, that it's, I don't know, I'm looking at Melissa. Maybe she'll want to say something later, but that's, and in a way in which sort of Cunningham always kind of teetered and indicated different traditions, that to me is a really fascinating fulcrum, like, and what it is now, what it is to be in real time, right? Mark Franco earlier had talked about like these sort of linear histories that we want to fit things into, and to make a sort of difference between the contemporary and the present day, like what and how singular a moment this is, that in the present day moment we're sort of seeing what happens when a very specific way of being in the dance world begins to separate. Yeah.
I mean, when Caitlin and I first started talking, one of the things that I found, or like that I rediscovered about myself was that my practice really is spread out through so many different kinds of things, reading and writing and taking class and not taking class and seeing shows and refusing to see shows, and kind of like it has this like really splintered identity, and that's really become a lot about how my work is made and what I try to explore in my work. Is sort of projecting myself into all these kinds of situations or identities. And she really, I mean, one of the things that she said was that, you know, taking ballet class is like having my coffee in the morning, you know, and like, and that in being this kind of downtown dancer where I feel like, you know, I feel like a mutt, the to have a position that is so clear in relationship to what you see, even if you are maybe less curious or not exposed to certain kinds of dance ideas at a certain, you know, point in your development, or if it only comes after you sort of, you know, break up with ballet or, you know, whatever the, but that having a really clear position is enviable in some way, that I don't have that kind of like training, that like a clear position that comes from training my body. I mean, I've danced since I was 7, but I could never say that I'm one, you know, one kind of dancer. And I think there's like pros and cons. Like that's part of this process, is really kind of thinking about, I mean, Kayla and I have been thinking about it as a research process, that we're not making a performance and that we're sort of choosing not to dance together as a way of figuring out different kinds of languages, and of being together, like really exploring what being together is and what love is among dancers, between dancers, because there is so much kind of like critique and you know, hate, whether it's real or pretend, but just kind of like the uptown downtown divide. Like how do you kind of cultivate like a intimacy, and where does that intimacy stop, like with a dance partner? And in ballet there are all these kinds of intimacies that are sort of, you know, performed, you know, for huge houses, but how real is that? And I think a lot about kind of the sort of, you know, more experimental dance, again, like just speaking in generalizations, like, you know, that it's about, that it feels like it's really about kind of the intimacy of the body that you see, or that I think I see a lot of choreographers exploring how close can the spectator get to the dancer, and how close can the dancer get to the spectator, and what does that turn the performance into as an experience?
Yeah, and I think that's a really important thing to say about this platform, is that one of the things that Judy and I have been adamant about from the beginning is that, you know, having asked all of these artists to do this thing, which, you know, can be at times uncomfortable, vulnerable, making awkward, you know, just bring, these are people who have strong identities, and to sort of, you know, put them in a room in which those identities get destabilized or displaced or maybe reinforced, that one of the things that, you know, having asked them to do this, and that they have all generously said yes, that the framework around this should really be seen as, these aren't shows that people are putting on, unless that is the way that they choose to frame it themselves. You know, that the proposal that we gave to them was that this is research, right? And that it's an encounter with a person, and it might be an encounter that will fail entirely, and that shouldn't be seen, the failing shouldn't be seen as a failure. And that, you know, that it's not about sort of making a product that performs in any way, but really about trying to create the space for something that is more about this research that you're talking about. And of course, I say that knowing that is very easy for me to say, you know, not having to get up and do something, and not having people's expectations when they come into a theater. But that is the, I guess that is the ask of the audience, that you come along for that ride. Although I'm in a church speaking to the choir, but and one of the things that one of the elements of the catalog is that each artist has a 2-page spread in which to sort of perform themselves in any way they want to. And it's been fascinating to see the range. You know, some things that, when you talk about this sort of, you know, definitive positioning, and some people really have a very simple or maybe not simple, but very sort of clear. This is my relationship to what I do. You know, maybe I don't even want to examine it. It's just there it is to people who are just, you know, questioning everything and sort of everything in between. And along those same lines, we asked Reed to create a design portfolio that would not be that would not have to have any basis in reality in terms of like, okay, now you have to make these costumes, but just, you know, if we talk about these three nodal points as they were in history and then as they exist now, what would you make? Like, what is it? Where does your mind go? And you had said in that dinner we had last week that you approach design related to different ways of life, and these different ways of being in these worlds. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that.
For every choreographer I work with, it's a different process arriving at something. But having worked in the ballet world in costumes and in sort of like classical modern dance and in the more and more experimental work, you find that the politics of each of these different dance forms have to inform the work I do. So in the ballet world, there's a lot of restriction. Like I couldn't ask to show a nipple, or I couldn't ask to totally obscure the form of the body, because they're all so interested in, seeing the woman's rib cage, and there's huge parameters in terms of partnering because men are always throwing women around. And then in the world of more experimental New York dance, I can explore a more kind of fashion identity, because generally there are not the same kind of physical constraints that the costumes have to go through. Often there's not a lot of, heavy lifting. The costumes, sometimes, well, it depends, but often the costumes take a different kind of beating in not ballet dance. But yeah, I really have to adjust my design lens depending on the client and what part of the dance world they belong to.
Mm-hmm. And so then how do you sort of locate your voice in relation to that?
Well, it's funny, I don't have a preference for one or the other, because I have a lot of sort of love and attachment to my past in ballet, and particularly to the world of Balanchine. And so I'm always sort of happy to work in this kind of misogynistic fantasy world, which, I mean, it sounds bad, but you can kind of just explore, beauty. It's terrible.
That sentence could be a whole panel. Just dealing with it.
No, it's
But and I get to do that in other design jobs as well, but I do find that there's more this sense of reality and contemporary times in the other work that I design. Unless I'm working for Jillian, it's always a fantasy.
I saw you taking lots of notes.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's just random. I mean, yeah, there is, I think, this idea of the history of choreography and the history of choreographers and the relationship between men and women in those roles, I think, and the idea of misogyny being deeply embedded in the history of dance making, and how to, in terms of my own politics around that, really express that through the research that Caitlin and I are doing, like how to actually not reenact a kind of choreographer dancer role, or kind of like a sort of binary male female, or like how can we begin to sort of like play with those ideas. So I mean, what I read, of course, like choosing this and not choosing my own words to respond to Caitlin's very personal, I mean, these are all sort of ways in which we're trying to find our voices inside of this.
And you chose such loaded,
I did choose very loaded things. I've been accused of not being emphatic enough in my work, so I thought I would choose things that, certainly make me a little crazy, and if people have questions about them, of course, happy to answer. What I was writing down before was that this kind of like this New York City Ballet, Merce and Judson triangle, like I've been calling the Bermuda Triangle, and that it's like all these other kind of dinners and histories like have disappeared into this, that like in trying to locate ourselves in a corner of that triangle, like where, like how do I find my lineage if I don't identify with any of those, or where are the Black people in this history, where are the queer people in this history, where, you know, I mean, I think all, I mean, those are all questions on my mind, and you know, Kayla and I have had really exciting and difficult conversations about subjectively like where we stand on that spectrum of trying to kind of speak from a place, and also sort of like a, you know, a body arrives and there's already so much going on, you know, with the presence of a body, and then when you put two people together you have politics, and so how to kind of make room for those things and give them, yeah, give them a voice. So yeah, trying to steer a ship like through the Bermuda Triangle basically, is how I'm thinking about this.
And I think of your body of work as, in a way, you're doing that all the time, right? You have you have a show, a solo show at the Chocolate Factory, and then that was in the spring. Is that
November.
in November? It was a year ago.
Same diff.
Same difference.
It's in the past.
Recently had a show at the Chocolate Factory. You know, and now currently you are in the same neighborhood but worlds away. You know, at PS1 MoMA, working in Xavier Leroy's retrospective, and so there's always this. You know, and that the politics of navigating between the dance world, which of course isn't one world, as we've been talking about, in the visual art world, which isn't either. It's something that you are constant or continually negotiating. And so I guess I wonder if working with Caitlin and with this, you know, immediately problematic prompt that I gave you, does it feel in a way like a continuation of the type of work you're doing, or does it really feel like stepping outside of, you know, the way in which you work?
Well, I mean, I'm not often sort of paired with someone, you know, so that feels different. But it's exciting because I think I never would have come across like a process like this if I wasn't part of this platform. And then I think what's exciting is that we're trying to invent a practice that is true to our questions. So I think my questions are the same in some way, or they're getting clearer through every project that I do. And then we found this container of fake, real being together as the practice. So, because I also wanted to be a ballerina, you know, I mean, you know, and I wanted to, you know, and I remember the first time I saw the Boston Ballet, which is where I started dancing. And I remember the first time I saw a Black ballerina at the Ailey School when I was studying there, and like the sort of the profound kind of trend, you know, transformation that my like dance consciousness underwent when I saw a young Black ballerina dancing in the Ailey studios uptown, you know, right across the street from Lincoln Center, you know, and sort of all of that is opportunity for more kind of projection and play, and you know, you know, evasiveness and you know, drag of some kind. And Caitlin, I think, you know, in some ways has her own sort of, I mean, I don't want to speak for her, but we've talked a lot about her trajectory from New York City Ballet, and then with an injury, becoming a Columbia student, and then deciding not to rejoin the company, but actually going back to teach at the School of American Ballet. So she has kind of gone and come back, but hasn't become the sort of same sort of dancer she was before. And what that means and represents to her is a really interesting conversation. So yeah, I don't, yeah, blah, blah, blah. But.
One of the things that was intriguing to me when I was, you know, so I ended up just making a lot of phone calls to these artists and trying to explain as concisely as I could what I was asking them to do. And the amount of questions coming from you know, folks who are regularly making shows here or the kitchen or, you know, New York Live Arts, where it was an intense like amount of like, well, okay, but how are you planning to position me, and what's the framework of this, and how did you, and what do you mean I don't get to choose, and you know, like just sort of on and on and on, and and the, you know, and then the two, and the sort of the two uh, Cunningham figures, Silas Reiner and Rashawn Mitchell, had similar. I mean, at this point, they're sort of interesting, right? Because they're like of straddling. You know, I think for them to sort of be identified as the Cunningham, the keepers of the Cunningham tradition was immediately irksome, right? Like, great, thanks, we're former Cunningham dancers once again. But so they had the same amount of questions for sure. Everyone who is performing, who's currently dancing at City Ballet, and they're dancing right as we speak, I believe. Or, you know, is recently out of the company, was just like, yes, I want to do this. And I think it makes me think of these ideas of freedoms that you both sort of, you mentioned freedom earlier, and that both the real freedoms and the freedoms that these folks who are only talking to each other because I ask them to sort of often project on each other's worlds. You know, like you have, oh, but you have the freedom to experiment, and you have the luxury, which is something that Eve talks a lot about, more intelligently than I'm doing now. You know, the luxury of time versus the luxury or the freedom of a clear position, right? And feeling that as something that one would covet. And so those perceptions, I find continually interesting as somebody who, you know, does not, I don't have a dance background at all, and was sort of thrust into writing about dance. And so I think maybe I often tend more to see the similarities than the differences. So I'm wondering if we should open it to some questions, or if anybody has anything they want to say. Is that right? Oh. Hi, Nancy.
No one will ever look at this. So my question to you is, when you're talking about gay history or queer history and Black history, which I think is on all of our minds as a question now because we went to see Kyle's show, is it of any significance to you who is in the company? So the fact that Merce's company had lots of gay dancers, and that there was always as Gus says, there was always a Gus Solomons. There was always a male Black gay dancer. Gus, Ulysses, Michael Cole, Rashawn. Does who's dancing matter, or is it the way it's framed? Is that, do you know what I'm asking?
I think so, yeah.
Which is it whether the dance itself seems queer or queered, or whether the people in it are representative to you of what you'd like to see or would hope to see?
I mean, I think dance is a queer art form anyway, or that I think it's, but I don't think it's always historicized that way. And I don't think it's always discussed that way or advertised or sold that way. Yes, Merce has had a tradition of having a Black male dancer in the company, and they're all beautiful dancers. I've seen footage and some of them live, and they're all incredible dancers, and I would never sort of like re-historicize their experience as dancers inside that company, and they're, but I think again, this question of like the clear position of being the Black dancer in that company, I think is something that should be questioned anyway. Like, what is it about only having one Black dancer that brings up questions for me about Merce's taste and the sort of aesthetics of the company, and I don't have answers for them. It's more questions that come up for me. I'm not asking Merce Cunningham's work to represent Black dance. You know, I sort of hope that, you know, no dance maker has to represent Black dance, but I think that the complications of representing and not representing a particular like racial position or ethnic position inside of aesthetics is always super interesting and always often goes unquestioned, I think, in experimental performance, and should not be able to get away with. I was sort of just like the sort of fact of a Black dancer being in a company that, and that this brings up no questions about race or history or for the particularity of that dancer's experience or the reading of that dancer inside of this very abstract frame. Is anything truly ever abstract? Is Blackness like an abstract experience? Is it a body? Like, Adrienne Edwards, who's a writer and scholar of performance, is someone who I really love, and she talks a lot about how, and many other people before her and concurrent with her do, but that Black performance is something that maybe can be lifted off of the body, a Black body, and be thought of as a space that people can kind of come in and out of, so that, you know, all kinds of people can make Black dance or take on Black aesthetics as a sort of means of expression. Yeah, I don't know if that answers your question, but yeah, thank you.
One of the things that we had talked about discussing today was this. I have in my notes social media as plaything and becoming the process. And I wonder if you could. I don't want to make you talk about what it is you're doing and where you are, but I wonder if you could say a little bit about why that, like, you know, what is it that's useful about that as a material or intriguing or, yeah.
I mean, I hate social media, and my phone's like dead, and I'm kind of glad in some way. Like I'm sort of late to all of these ways of socializing, not in the flesh, which I think has definitely to do with being a dancer my whole life and really loving body with body in the present in the same room. But I think social media then it represents a kind of delayed intimacy, or a sort of false intimacy. And I think through the questions that Caitlin and I that have come up for us about, you know, real or feigned intimacy, social media is something that we're both engaged with. So it's already like a language that we're quasi fluent in or have to deal with or have to figure out ways to speak through. And yeah, I don't know. And then it allows for all these different ways of being, so that we don't have to be the ballet dancer and the downtown dancer, but I can be. I mean, that's what social media does, is you're able to kind of throw up these projections of yourself. So instead of becoming more essentialized in how we relate, we wanted to become more dispersed and fractured. So that's, yeah.
Which is also, of course, what clothing can do, right? Like what costumes can do. I mean, it can create. You can hide in them, you can reveal things, you can create new ways of being. They can be camouflage or not. I would, you know, one of the things that I really love about the portfolio that you made for the book is that you're thinking about, that you started combining and you started sort of stealing, appropriating elements from these different traditions and thinking like, well, how would you, you know, how does Karinska go together with the unitard?
Right.
And yeah, I wonder if you could talk a little bit about that.
I think a lot of the work I did for the portfolio was taking into consideration the different qualities of costume historically in these different dance forms. And for some, it was very clear. The history of Karinska with Balanchine is very well recorded, and it's an extremely clear trajectory. And then with Cunningham, also very clear. And he, in the same way that Diaghilev kind of worked with the Ballet Russe, would hire artists and hire musicians and then make dance and then bring it all together, which sounds sort of ideal in this way as an artist working with fabric. But the Judson movement was a bit more of a question because it didn't have the same kind of clarity in terms of what people were doing costume-wise. It was more about what people were wearing in that time, and a little bit about exploring the body and how uncovered it could be or how covered it could be. But so I put a lot of thought into imagining what would have happened if Cunningham had hired Karinska to make a costume, or if what else did I do, Claudia?
You also, well, yet you have these overlays of how could a unitard function as a tutu in a way, or function as, in a sumptuous way, and then also what would a Judson uniform look like if rendered, you know, in tulle, which, you know, Yvonne Rainer did one time.
I mean, the when we think of Cunningham, I think costume-wise, the brain immediately goes to a unitard, which was this great tool for him to show the body in a very, very clear way without raising really clear thoughts about sexuality and the relationships between men and women. He could stay away from that in a way. And that's not in all his work. There are some pieces where it was the role of men and women was very divided costume-wise. But I took some sort of photographic images of famous Karinska costumes, and I thought, well, what if they were digitally printed onto the unitard form so that it was, you could see every part of this person's body, but with this kind of decorated and embellished detail that was conceived of by Karinska. That's my thought.
And I want to, you also worked, focused a lot in your notes sort of on costumes that reveal and costumes that hide the body, and sort of what the politics are of that, and what it means that, you know, a modern dance, very often a modern dance trouser leg will sort of cut off at the widest part of the thigh, and like what, you know, you sort of, you have this amazing like document of like how to make how to unflatter the body.
I'm not sure what the politics of that are, but looking to what a lot of dancers were wearing in this kind of modern dance scene at a specific time was a lot of clothes that both didn't show the form and didn't flatter the proportions of the human body. And my question was, why? Like, why would somebody wear a pant that was cut right at mid-calf? And why, you know, I thought it's all very peculiar to me. So I did a little project about that in designing a costume, which it was exactly the most unflattering thing a person could wear, and then illustrate using text and arrows why it was so horrible.
We're sort of coming up on our scheduled time to end. Any more questions or comments? Anyone? No? Silence the crowd. Oh,
Elizabeth.
Do you think there might have been a certain Puritan streak in the modern dancers that would lead them to do that?
That's interesting. I mean, I'm a big fan of kind of very covered and puritanical dress, but this wasn't that. I think it was largely about comfort. And I mean, had these people completely covered every inch of their body, I would have been a big fan of that. But it was like very low concept. I think it was just clothes. They had clothes they felt very comfortable moving in that then they decided to wear on stage and present as, you know, the artistic component of the clothes. And I think it's not my favorite.
But there was an evolution, because in the early 60s, there was still actually some leotards and dance. And then there's actually that great picture that I love of, I think it's Yvonne Rayner's parts of some sextets, is that right? Where they're in the time, it's like khaki, thin, I mean, they could be a Gap ad now. I mean, it's really, and then as the forms started to develop, that's when how one looked was less important than what one was experiencing within the forms. If you look in I think you're isolating it, you could probably get a time period from like 69 to 70, I don't know, someone like Nancy would know. And it stayed with us, right? So that's what, so it didn't start there. It was a kind of an evolution based on form.
And I really can appreciate dance where the performers are having a more sort of physically satisfying experience than the audience in this way. It's not about serving the audience, it's about the dancer themselves and being comfortable enough in the clothes that they can have that experience and transcend the kind of constraints of costumes or the worries that costumes can bring, which is it's very interesting because I've spent now a few years designing so many costumes for people, but I'm right now in the process of rehearsing for a production with Lara Lubavitch, and in the past couple days we've been putting on costumes, and it's really horrible. Like, I forgot the kind of anxiety that putting on a costume can bring after you've already explored and learned the whole piece, and you know what it feels like, and then you have to put on this object. It's awful.
And yeah. And I also think of course, the politics of, the feminist movement and what it would be to, how important it would be to obscure the body or to make the body unattractive and to move away from, being the perfect object, right? So the importance of that.
When we talk about Judson, I've been thinking about this. I don't ever write anything, but I've been thinking about this for Claudia for like a year, because not writing is my main activity. But one of the things that Judson did, and we know this from Yvonne, is to eradicate beauty. Now, as a matter of convenience, most of these people were sublimely beautiful. So no matter what Lucinda Childs could put a colander on her head and she was still the most beautiful person in the room. So these costumes that are so unflattering, Reed, it's impossible not to flatter those people. They can wear anything and look beautiful. And I think one of the things that's gotten lost along the way from people who've been influenced by Judson is the notion of denial. And if I don't point my foot, and my foot has never pointed, that is a fairly meaningless thing. It's just a foot. But if my foot by habit points and I unpoint it, that is a meaningful denial. And when you think of Balanchine and Cunningham and Judson and the people who started with it, they were all really renouncing something. And we now live in a point where we've forgotten what renunciation was because we're taking it all back again. But yeah, sure, they could wear anything. David Gordon would look beautiful in a sack. So maybe part of that was simply renouncing beauty, because no matter how much they did it, they knew they were still beautiful. That's what I think.
Just really quick, I mean, I think that question of refusal and like throwing something off has also been really important for Caitlin and I. Like, what does it mean to say no to something now, and how to then sort of like undo and remake, a world in which you can actually make and dance in the ways that you want and be beautiful or unbeautiful in the ways that you want.
Oh, no, you go. No, I live here.
You could go into a whole thing about really making a lot of ballet dancers very uncomfortable by having them not be pretty. That would be very deep psychological trauma right there. I wanted to push back actually completely off the subject of costumes, sorry. Switching into like looking at some of your other pairings and all the different pairings that you put together. I agree with everything that you're saying about the dichotomy and the differences between ballet. I'm a ballet person generally, but I love modern more. I think there's a very different experience of the women in ballet and the men in ballet. And in looking at some of the pairings, the women in the ballet have not yet, they may be interested in choreography, I don't know Sarah Mearns personally, but they're in a position right now where they have been conduits as dancers of choreographers, whereas some of the men in ballet are are more empowered to become choreographers, more possibly thinking earlier on that they're going to become directors and so on. This is not a critique in any way, it's an observation. I'm just kind of curious, when putting together those pairings, I think it's going to be very empowering for those dancers, but it's also a very, very different place than they've been put in before, for especially for the women.
Yeah, one of the things that we've also tried to avoid is to name people like, oh, okay, well, you know, Will's the choreographer in this situation and Caitlin is the dancer, and that and maybe one of the things, you know, about proposing this as a research, and that you know, that really it could be that, you know, when we come in to see what people are making, you know, maybe they're teaching each other, you know, maybe they're giving each other class, or maybe they're sitting at a table and talking, you know, or maybe they're sort of, you know, sitting on opposite sides saying like, this is why this didn't work. And but to try and not sort of just assume that you people function in this way and you people function in that way. And I think, of course, my my understanding of how different projects are developing is that some people are really, you know, settling into the roles in which they're the most comfortable, and other people are not. But yeah, I think, I mean, it's an absolute thing that happens in ballet, that, you know, for so many reasons. I mean, just for the reason of time, right? A lot of, you know, male choreographers will talk about, well, I got so bored sitting backstage during all of the middle sections of the three, like, you know, when all the women are out there dancing and you're just waiting, you know, till you go on to be peasant number 3. And what do? You know, you start making. But also, of course, that, you know, men are encouraged in ways that women aren't. And, you know, women are encouraged for sort of falling in line, right? And you know, to look like each other. And so, so yes, there's absolutely no mandate that anybody fall into a role that they don't want to be in, but I would be lying if I said that I don't have the hope that, you know, the political aspiration that will happen.
Going back to costumes for a minute, or something, which has to do with perhaps the attraction from 60s, 70s, 80s into now, coming out of both modern and ballet for the a woman dancer, dance maker specifically. So how can I say this quickly? There's the refusal of wanting to actually have your beautiful line seen or be told how you should look. So being looked at is a constant for men and women, but a constant for women in the classroom and, you know, in performance. So I think there's also maybe a bit of a, like, in a particular period of time, and I think it relates to feminism, like, I am an artist, dancer, maker, not a sex object. I mean, and so there, I think there's some intentionality in not emphasizing line, curve, breast, you know, thigh, whatever. And that shifts and changes constantly. But that, I think, if we're going to do uptown, downtown, is still very present in the work of so many artists working, and in the boroughs and everywhere. It's like, how am I being seen? How am I and I think for the earlier, you know, Yvonne, Lucinda, Trisha, it was, I'm a serious artist. And, you know, and everyone knows, as soon as you say you have anything to do with dance, there's a lot of people that still, like, you know, want to pat people on the butt, like, oh, great, honey, you know, that, I mean, so there's so much loaded history in that, you know, like, no, I'm not actually not going to emphasize my line, or the refusal of that, or I'm going to emphasize something else about that. So that's, I think, the form, as I was saying earlier, partly the form and partly an intention to refuse that way of being viewed.
I totally understand this kind of denial of beauty in dance so as to kind of take attention away from certain social things. But there were artists like Trisha Brown who definitely had designs that obscured the form in many ways, but were done with like such extraordinary taste. And she was so concerned with beauty that, you know, what you got was this incredible world of design that was able to move away from the norms of classical dance, but still retain a kind of clothing aesthetic that was elevated. And so I don't feel angry about people not wearing nice clothes on stage.
No, I just thought it was good to remember the.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, I mean, this is, I think it's a great question that the platform brings up, is like the dynamics between men and women in the dance world, but not only just the ballet world, but also I think the contemporary dance world, and how those kind of numbers and statistics and politics like shake down. But yeah, I mean, I think like, you know, I like this question of like, what kind of dance do you do, you know? And like now I just say exotic, because I feel like it's like, because I think it like, it will be anyway. Like if I tried to, you know, I think that is something that's in the room when you're talking about what you make and how you use your body. Because we don't, you know.
Well, maybe exotic dancers, the natural point at which to halt these proceedings unless
Sorry.
there are any other questions. Thank you all for coming.